Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Hello, everyone. Hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I hope everyone is having a lovely time. It is my first stream back after a long time of not being of being away. I am back. I am home. I have landed back in New York just in time to get snowed in, and have a nice snow day tomorrow. And I am alive. Thank you, Tayamichi, for the sub for the 14 months. Thank you very much, Tayamichi. And let me give the shout out to Sparkly Anarchy. What were you up to, Sparkly Anarchy? What were you up to? Hades 2! Oh, I still haven't played Hades 2. I have it, but I have never even fired it up. I still need to check that out. I played the crap out of Hades 1. I wasn't very good at it. I never got the ending to Hades 1. I got up to what do we call that? Heat 24, I think. I showed it on stream. I got up to like Heat 24, but I didn't. I think like Heat 24 or 25 was like when I just could not get any further. They got you on your Hades 2 shit as well. Heck yeah. I mean, there's like 80 heat levels. Like it's fine. And I can only do it with the Zeus shield, right? I can only do it with the Zeus shield, which is like practically cheating. Practically wall hacks at that point. Stronger than wall hacks, actually. I would argue stronger than wall hacks. It was bringing a gun to a chivalry fight. Is what that was. That one was pretty crazy. But let me say hello. Let me say hello to people. Hello, Seribot. Hello, me. Hello, Panda Hero Roo. Hello, Xanadu. Hello, Akshi. Hello, Aloha Gator. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, Lost Notebooks. Hello, Ring of Birds. Hello, Chic. Hello, Tayu Michi. Hello, hold on, who am I missing? Hello, Almont OS. Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. And hello, Osu121. And thank you for the first time chat. And also Osu121, thank you for the follow. Okay, so alerts are working. I will note, if people haven't yet noticed this, a lot of the redeems are disabled. A lot of the redeems are disabled because they have to be handled by streamer bots, and StreamerBot is not successfully connecting to event sub. So, looks like it's connecting to other things though. Yes, so thank you, Osu. The credit for my model primarily goes to Sensational. Sensational is very strong as an artist. He's very good. I've really enjoyed working with Sensational over the years. I don't know that I will be commissioning him for another model anytime soon, but I will probably be commissioning him for an updated ref sheet, because the ref sheet as it currently stands is older than any of my models by quite a bit, actually, by like almost a year. So there are several things about my aesthetic that have changed in that time frame, and Sensational's learned some new techniques, so I could definitely get an updated ref sheet. It's something I've been thinking about for months. I don't know why I haven't just done it. But I haven't. So, the ref sheet I'm using is quite old, but yes. It's actually a very fun process. I've talked about it a few times on stream, but I may as well do it again because I like to talk about it. Sensational didn't know me before I commissioned him. Sensational didn't know me before I commissioned him, and the way that it played out was, like, I talked with him a little bit about, like, rates and stuff like that, and then I sent him a giant PowerPoint. A giant PowerPoint, a, like, 20-page PowerPoint presentation about what I wanted, right? Which was primarily about aesthetics. It was functionally, it was kind of interesting. Like, I talked with people. It's Aiko! Hold on. I instantly distracted by the fish. Hello, Aiko. We love Aiko around here. Aiko's a good koi. They're a good koi. Yeah, the old ref sheet, like, it's good, but I think we can do better. And it doesn't include this outfit at all. It's on the older outfits. Thank you, Aiko. Yeah, I haven't talked at all about, but yeah, I'll Aiko, I'll get to talking about what I was up to in a little bit, but yeah, I was mostly just saying that, like, yeah, when I got my model, I sent Sensational a 20-page-ish presentation about a 20-slide PowerPoint presentation about, like, what I was looking for. I didn't do any drawing myself. I don't know how to draw. I do not know how to draw for crap. I am a very bad drawer. Well, yeah, it was very professor of me. It was very professory of me. I very much went to the logic of not trying to show the other person what I thought it should look like, but to telling them, right? I told not shown. I did tell not show, and about what my objectives were. I didn't start off with, like, these are the things that I think would look cool, or this is what I think you should do. I went with, I am going to be streaming. Here's the type of streams I'm going to be doing. Importantly, here are the adjectives. Here are the adjectives that people associate with me. That was, like, possibly the most important thing, was here are the adjectives that people associate with me. Oh, Snowkissed _, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the outfits, I did give some references of, like, outfits that I thought made a lot of sense. The actual prompt, the ultimate real prompt that I gave was Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out. That was the real thing that I told. That was the core thing, was that I want to look like Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. I'm better with my words than I am with visuals, which is a lot of why I hire artists. Galaxy Wolfstar, hello. But yes, yeah. Also, that's. I did at one point have a handmade model. It wasn't very good. But yeah, I you know. You do what you can. I don't regret paying for a model at all. I don't regret it at all. Raw Kale. Hello. But yes. We'll probably show off some photos. I'll probably show off some pictures from it. But yes, I have been away. I was at MagFest in January, and that was when I stopped doing regular streams. That was the thing that derailed me, was MagFest I left on January, like the morning of January 8th, and I functionally got home February 18th. Functionally, I've been home since February 18th. Hello, Vovern. MagFest is the music and gaming festival. It is a weekend-length conference. Also, Nate, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you for subscribing. Gift subs are what subs and gift subs are what keep me on the air. They are what keep my pens full of ink and my paper dry. And they are what allow me to continue streaming. So MagFest is the music and gaming festival. It is not a VTuber conference, right? The only VTuber conference that I have been to is Offkai, and so MagFest is, I think there was 30,000 attendees this year. Officially, there were 25,000 last year, and that felt way more crowded because they were way more lax about security last year than they were this year. This year, they were really uptight about security. This year, they were very, very uptight about security. And so, yeah, we'll have to go to Mag next year. If you're already on the East Coast, and you like music and you like Nate would know this better because Nate's the person who like is more onto this side of things. They have like, I think they had Power Glove last year. Did they have Power Glove this year? Proto Men was the big one this year. Proto Men was really the big one this year. It didn't feel like 30,000 people, Panda Hero. Like 30,000 is like the on-paper strength, but in particular, like one of those things was a kind of interesting effect of what they did this year. So last year, up until this year, yeah, it's mostly I was asking about like who the music acts they tend, like what's the genre of music you would say that MagFest tends to focus on? Like what's the genre? Oh yeah, it's in DC. So like from New York, it's not too bad. From New York, it's not too bad. You can get an Amtrak for like $20 each way. It's really not that bad. I think I paid like $18 for one of my Amtrak tickets or something like that, and I could have paid less if I'd been willing to wake up an hour earlier. That was like Game Rock chiptune. There we go. Yeah. No, if you're taking if you can take Amtrak down, it's really not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's, and honestly, Osu, I drove last year, from like the New York area. I got out of the city and then I rented a car in New Jersey and then drove down. Parking was actually more expensive than gas. Both are a bit slowly being phased out. Yeah, it's really more. I'm really curious what they're going to do. Oh, the parking. Osu, if you've never been to DC, the parking in DC is a nightmare. DC parking is an absolute nightmare. I literally, when I drove to MagFest, I would literally park at a gas station on the highway and walk down the highway. That's how bad it was. Yeah, no, the parking was like hundreds of dollars. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, DC's a nightmare for having a car in. I have driven in DC several times. It's actually the worst. It's actually the worst. DC is really expensive. As a Brooklynite, DC is really expensive. DC is shockingly expensive compared to New York City. I mean, the thing is, actually is that like I don't know if it's worse for driving. Oh my goodness, it's Nap. Shout out at Not a Professor. Hell yeah, it's Nap. Nap is, what were you writing? Nap is one of my favorite streamers. Nap does like historical research on his streams. He does genealogy research like live on the air. It's so cool. I have actually managed to never drive inside the 5 boroughs, and Osu, it's much more expensive and challenging than Atlanta. Yeah, it's worse than Atlanta. I have done Atlanta, it is worse. DC is worse than Atlanta. Considerably. Yeah, considerably worse than Atlanta. Everyone in a photo of a birthday party from 1888. That's so cool. Nap is so cool, guys. Nap is so cool. The coolest man. But yes. Oh, Sue, are you over 18? This is an 18 plus stream. If you are not over 18, I need you to leave and come back when you're over 18. Okay. If you need to ask your parents for permission, that's a huge warning sign. Hello, Rakumishi. I've had this background for a couple months, but I haven't been streaming very much the last 2 months, so I can see how it would come across as new. I can see how that would happen. Yes, this I like this background. I like this background. How you doing, Rakumushi? Okay. Understandable. I hope you understand my concern. But yes. So I was I went to MagFest, and then I went straight from MagFest to visiting some family. For a bit. So I won't talk about that very much. I was just with some family. That is not your business. And then I went to Japan. I spent several weeks in Japan. And it was amazing. I have 1,782 pictures from my Japan trip. I am going to have to be careful about showing them because a lot of them, not that many of them, but a fair number of them are selfie. I loved it. Unsurprisingly, as an American, right, the things that really stood out to me about Japan were the cleanliness and efficiency. Those were the things that really stood out to me. It was not my first time. I had been to Japan a long time ago, like 25 years ago. I spent my time primarily in Kyoto and Tokyo. They do not have rats that steal pizza. I did not see any rats at all. Pizza, be pizzaed or otherwise. I saw 0 rats of any variety. I saw more monkeys than I saw rats. I did not go to Nara. Okinawa was going to be quite different. And the last time I went was in the summer, and this was the only time I've been in the winter. Yeah, there's monkeys. There's monkeys in Japan. I thought there were monkeys in Okinawa as well. But yeah, there's definitely monkeys on Honshu. I've never been outside of Honshu. I have never been outside of Honshu. Let me... I'm gonna do something kind of quick. I kind of like Kansai more. You were like 5 or 7. Oh, okay. I will say, I think that if you're 5 or 7 and you see a monkey, that's going to be like a formative experience. The rats in Japan are good at hiding. That would make a lot of sense that they're scared of people. I suspect that it's not that Japan is a place where people... where like it's just like inhospitable for rats. That doesn't make sense. I am pretty sure that Japan does in fact have a rat population, and Tokyo is very much the kind of place that rats would love to go. But I suspect that Japan, based on everything else I saw, is much more efficient at killing rats than than New York is. That's what I suspect. That is what I suspect. New York City rats are brave. They're bold, they're brave, they're admirable. The rats of New York City are admirable creatures. They are honorable and admirable creatures. The rats are strong-nosed. Yes. Yes. We like the rats. As noted by the fact that like 3 of my regular collab partners are rats. Actually, no, 2 of them are. I've never actually done a collab with Kyoharu. She just acts like we just are really good friends. I've never actually done me and Kyo have never actually collabed. Okay, I'm just going through my pictures and I'm just deleting ones that have me in them. I'm just removing myself from these. Don't worry, I have other copies. I'm just making a folder that I can share with folks without doxing myself. Admittedly, some of you guys do know more or less what I look like because I fucked up during calligraphy streams. But there's no reason why I should make your job easy. Oh, you gotta go. So have a good night. Have a good night. Hello, Colebounds. Hello, Colebounds. North America invasive. Yeah, the big European ones. Yes, Rairaku, that's correct. That's correct. You saw a rat run around a tiny little basement kitchen cooking something? That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. A Michelin star rat. Did not get to eat at a Michelin restaurant. That was one of the things. It turns out that there's a Michelin restaurant in Japan that has a vegan menu. And they'll do a full vegan course for you if you request it. But I didn't get booked with them soon enough. They were booked through my entire time there. So you're back from your wildlife professionals conference? I hope it was a good time. I hope it was a good time. But yeah, oh my goodness. But yes, what I mostly did in Japan was I mostly went to temples and museums. I primarily just went to temples and museums. It was fairly common for me and my friend that I was traveling with to like wake up at like 11 in the morning and then go out for lunch and then go to temples and museums until they kicked us out, which was 5 p.m. pretty consistently. There were a couple non-5 p.m. museums, but for the most part, everything ended at 5 p.m. And then that's when restaurants opened up again. And then we would go and eat and drink until about 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And then we'd go back to our Airbnb. Oh no, these are really good photos that have my thumb in them. Fuck me. Apologies, folks. I'm just de-doxifying my I'm just de-doxifying, mostly removing selfies and the like. Oh yeah, there's a whole cluster that I need to remove right here. It's a whole crap load. That's a whole crap load right there. Okay. Basically like a whole day where it's all like incriminating photos. Oh yeah, there's Tokyo National. Sounds like it's such an old man thing. It is such an old man thing. It is such an old man thing. You're so true for that. You're so true for that, Ring of Bears. You are so correct, and you are correct. Museums, temples get food. The only Gundam thing I saw was the kitschiest, most embarrassing thing on the planet, which is that at the Tokugawa Ieyasu Shrine in Nikko, they have a Gundam based on Tokugawa Ieyasu, and it's the shrine to Tokugawa Ieyasu is like the most like cringe place I've ever been. It was ridiculous. Like everything else in every other like museum and temple and everything in Japan felt so like beautiful and like deliberate and like well constructed. And And then it's just the kitschiest bullcrap. It's so inelegant. It was that one was funny. That one was genuinely funny. Nico itself otherwise was wonderful. I liked Nico a lot. But that one was just like, oh, come on, man. Like, it was very Trumpian. It was very, very Trumpian. Was the adjective that I would use. Just still cleaning out these a little bit. It is 17. I'm actually pretty close to the end. Cursed but makes sense. I do not think that was their intended effect. I do not think that was their intended effect, was to make people go, wow, this is some kitschy, stupid bullshit. But that is what they did. That is what they actually did. All right. Just laughing at everything in exhaustion. Oh, yeah, I did well on jet lag. I did pretty well on jet lag. My experience with the jet lag was that I got there and I basically fell asleep immediately because I got 0 minutes of sleep on the station. And then I woke up the next day and I was ready to go. Right, like that was kind of how it felt like to me. I was like, yeah. In terms of at museums, it depended a lot on the museum. At the Ieyasu Museum, they had full English translations for everything. The Tokugawa Ieyasu shrine is very much right-wing propagandizing. It is very overtly right-wing propagandizing, and I think that they might actually even care more about the English language than they care about the Japanese. I think a lot. That shrine is definitely making a lot of money on Japanese people coming and visiting for religious purposes, but it did very much feel like it was kind of external propaganda. It's Mabel! Oh my goodness, Mabel, I can't believe you're awake. I cannot believe you are awake. Mabel, for those of you who do not know, is a dear friend of mine. Mabel is a dear, dear friend of mine. My fellow vegan here in my fellow VTubing vegan here. She mostly streams in the morning, and she's got a very similar, I think, sense of humor to me. I thought you went to bed at like 8 p.m., Mabel. I thought you went to bed soon. I've seen you be like, I'm sorry, I've got to go to bed at like 9 o'clock at night. Yeah. So for people who don't know the history on this one, Tokugawa Ieyasu was a Japanese warlord, and he was the ultimate winner of the Sengoku Jidai. He was ultimately the guy who finally won the Sengoku Jidai. There was a triumvirate of Tokugawa Ieyasu, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga was successfully killed by his enemies during the war, and Toyotomi Hideyoshi was the one who wound up actually in charge of the whole country, but he kind of blew it. He kind of blew it by causing the Imjin War, and Tokugawa Ieyasu was one of the people who was smart enough to keep out of the Imjin War, and at the end of the Imjin War, he basically just took over the entire government, and then the Tokugawas became the rulers of Japan up until the 1860s. So he gets to go down in Japanese history as the guy who ended a period of mass warfare and led to a 200-year-long period of peace. which, you know, not bad, not bad. But also he was still a brutal warlord and a huge asshole. Yeah. Each time you go to Paris, it makes you jet lag. Yeah, very understandable. Very understandable. I had no problems with jet lag going to Japan. I was kind of flat on my ass for a bit when I got back to the States, but not too horrible. Not too horrible. It's been, I don't know that I'm like fully fixed yet, but also my also I think we all know that my level of sleep is always terrible. I always have terrible sleep, so it's not really that weird, right? It's not really that strange that I am having sleep problems, right? That's not really that crazy. You know, I just kind of constantly have those. Yeah, I'm just a horrible insomniac. So, like, the fact that my sleep has merely gotten too bad, yes, nap, that has been my experience as well. So far, I'd actually say this is my least bad jet lag experience coming back from Asia. I've done it a couple times in the past, and every other time it's been like I go to Asia, and then I'm fine. I'm totally fine, and then I get back from Asia, and I am incapable for like weeks. I am miserable. This time it wasn't too bad. And I mean, I made it to functionally work on time, right? I made it to work on time. I did have to take an afternoon nap. But I think that's actually kind of normal for me in general. That's not that weird for me. All right. Let's do, I'm just going to show a couple of pictures. Partially I want to show this first picture, because Mabel is here and I think she'll find it funny. As makes perfect sense, right? As makes perfect sense. I watched a lot of in-flight movies, and I watched the ultimate in-flight movie. I think this is the best in-flight movie to watch on a plane. It's Master and Commander. It is not the best movie I've ever seen. It is not the greatest movie. It's not even actually super appealing to my taste in a lot of ways. However, as an in-flight movie, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. But I just figured that Mabel, among other people, would appreciate this 7 inches in length. Would appreciate this one. 7 inches in length. I wonder how intentional that was on the I imagine it was very intentional. This movie is like one of the most masculine movies that's ever been made. And it's not as good as a movie about masculinity as like Heat, for example, but it is a movie that is excessively about masculinity. Yeah, tortoises. Hello, Iro. Welcome in. I forgot to respond to one of your DMs. Iro. Tap me after stream. But hello, Iro. You quit after 7 inches? Really? I was not expecting that. You can't spell. Yeah, quit after 7-inch tortoises. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't expecting that from you. Yeah, perfect in-flight movie. It wasn't the best movie I watched on the planes. That would probably be Black Klansman, which I watched on the way back. Black Klansman was pretty good. But this was fun. No, I know that you're not a size queen. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I didn't think you were a size queen. I did know that you are not. You are open about that. You are open about that. You are open about that. I just so I thought that was something you've mentioned on stream several times. Well, I grabbed this screenshot of the film because I thought it was funny. Right, Rocco? That's itself its own level of debate. That's its own level of debate. Noir, shut the fuck up. That is not true. I'm polluting the stream with the Al stream with your degeneracy. It is fine. It is fine, Mabel. You know that I love you, and you know that I actually find this a lot of fun. You know that I find this a lot of fun. Mabel, we've got to do another collab sooner rather than later. And hello, Gail Gal. Well, we are going to be talking about my trip to Japan, but we got derailed because my first picture of it was I chose for meme reasons. Yeah, I've been irregularly streaming for a while because I was in Japan. Get her to play Buns with us. Yeah. Yes. This week I have an actual schedule and Buns are not on the schedule. But Rabbit and Steel, Gail. Rabbit and Steel. Rabbit and Steel is a common that's kind of my like go-to game when I'm like I don't feel like streaming by myself. Iro, thank you for the gifts up to Mabel. Mabel, enjoy your dance and your tank. As you all know, this is a viewer-supported stream. The stream is kept on the air by viewers like you. You guys keep my ink wet and my paper dry. This is how I make my living, so thank you very much, Iro, for the gift sub. I love that emote. Oh shit, that should be disabled. Hold on. I'm going to have to go disable that and refund that. They are broken. Almost all the redeems are broken. There is something wrong with, there's something, where is it? Viewer rewards, power up and channel points. Almost everything is broken. Where do I see this? Where is Almantas? Yeah, head patch should be disabled. Small and tall definitely need to be disabled. Sock, Almantas, Owl. I thought these were disabled. Sorry. I will. Something's happening and I can't tell. Workout time's fine. Return to source shouldn't have been enabled anyway. I'll turn that one back on. And I'll turn that one back on. Okay. Okay, sorry. Oh, the hype train just started. And Gail Gal, thank you for the follow. And hello, Fire Rescue Guy. Oh, Maiko Psycho, thank you for the raid. Hold on, I will get to that one in a minute. Maiko Psycho. Or is it Miko Siko? How is the reading and writing? Welcome in, Raiders. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy streams, which is what we will be getting to sooner or later. I paint miniatures, I play old games, I play weird games. And I talk with my friends a lot. I am, like I said, I am primarily a sociologist by training. I probably talk more about history these days because, frankly, now that I'm not actually doing sociology for pay, I am reading stuff more for fun, and that's what that winds up being, right? Let's go over to redeems. I'm sorry, I have to fix a bad. There was a problem with my redeems, so I need to I need to go refund one. Okay, there, you should have it back. You should have it back. Yes, how was the reading and writing? What were you reading and writing? Yeah, no, I'm a huge nerd. I don't think anybody has ever questioned that. I don't think anybody has ever questioned that. But yes. And Mabel, I think I mentioned this to Mabel. Yeah, I did mention this to Mabel, but I'm going to say this a few times while I'm here. Being vegan in Japan is shockingly easy. It was one of the things I'm like the most annoyed about in my life right now is that I've been told for years that Japan is hard mode for vegans. I always take notes at panels. Why would I bother going to a panel and not take notes? So Iro, it's worth saying that I have only been vegan in the United States and in Japan. I have never been vegan in Germany or Russia or Ghana or any other country. I've only been a vegan in Japan and the United States. So that's the first thing I gotta say here. Japan's easier. Japan is more vegan friendly than the United States. That's my only point of comparison. Indian food is often pretty vegan friendly, babozi. Indian food is often. That said, Indian food does tend to involve a lot of dairy, so you're better off with South Indian than North Indian. The reality, though, is that a lot of people are missing about veganism is that it is a organized political boycott, is what it actually is, right? Like, veganism is an organized political boycott, and so where veganism is going to be more prevalent is going to be places that have more student activism. There's only one cuisine on the planet that I know that produces... There are two cuisines, actually, that I can think of on the planet that produce a ton of vegan food, and they are Jain cuisine in India and Ethiopia. Ethiopia produces a shitload of vegan food. The dietary restrictions that Ethiopia does for Lent are vegan, so... Rairaku, the most unfriendly place I have ever been for veganism is San Jose. Out of every place I've been, San Jose is the least vegan-friendly place I've ever visited. San Jose, California was the worst. By far. No question in my mind. San Jose was like, I was shocked too. Iro and Nap, I was shocked as well. San Jose was worse than most rural Midwestern towns. A rural Midwestern town of over 5,000 people is better. Buddhist cuisine, so Shojin Viroi is a Japanese cuisine style that is inclusive of veganism. But most Buddhists are not by default. But you get 5,000 people? Nor, I have mostly lived in towns of 10,000 people. Nor, come on. Nor's being a little asshole. I had so much trouble in San Jose. Mabel, one of my strongest memories. Hello, Maidenless Night. Thank you for the follow. One of my strongest memories of being at Offkai was going to an Italian place, and I talked with the server about the food options, and I said, okay, so I can have the pomodoro if you hold the cheese. So just hold the cheese. Just give me the pomodoro and hold the cheese. They still put the cheese on it. The guy said, okay, I can put in order the pasta pomodoro, no cheese. Still did it. Still fucking did it. Only time that's ever happened to me. Like, in my life. Only time it's ever happened to me. No, here's what I think is going on. And I will talk... I'm honestly considering making an edited video about this because I'm so annoyed and I hate making edited videos. Downtown. I was there for Offkai. Yeah, it's the only time it's ever happened to me. Reinhardt from Overwatch. That's fair, Dragonites. That's fair. Thank you for the first time chat and hello. If you want, I like saying this. The way that I told my artist to make me, the request I gave my artist was Uncle Iroh but dressed for Knives Out. That's what we were going for originally. I do see the Reinhardt a lot. It's a real embarrassment that in Overwatch I don't like Reinhardt. I did get some vegan food while I was at Offkai, but it was like substantially more painful than and hello Birdhouses, Brian. It was more painful than being in Japan, it was more painful than being in New York, than being in DC, than being in Ann Arbor, than being in Chicago, than Minneapolis, St. Paul, Atlanta, Lewiston, Nashville, Knoxville, Asheville. Asheville is actually fantastic. Asheville's fantastic for vegan food. I sing Asheville's praises all the time. Yeah, San Jose would give me the most trouble. I don't actually know Noir because all I know how to do is cook. All I know how to do in life is cook. It's like the only skill I know how to cook and play Opus Magnum. Those are my skills. I can imagine that. Yeah, like I said, I think it's mostly about student activism. And Japan has a lot of student activism. Japan has a lot of student activism. It was very easy to find vegan restaurants in Tokyo and Kyoto. It was very easy to find vegan restaurants in Tokyo and Kyoto. I only spent a little bit of time in Osaka and Nikko were the only other places I really went. I don't even think I went to like Kobe or anything. I really just went to... I really was just in... And Narita's technically a different city. Narita's technically a different city. But no, Tokyo was easier than Brooklyn. Yeah. Unfortunately, my suggestions are going to be thinking about like ways to make cooking easier. Would be where my mind goes. But I also I like cooking so much that that's like the opposite of an obstacle to me, right? Like cooking is like a thing I get to do. I like cooking. I mean, Noir actually remembers this. The first thing that I did when I got to MagFest was I cooked dinner, including for Noir. I made peanut noodles. Yeah, the peanut noodles recipe is fantastic. The peanut noodles recipe is fantastic. Noir, I think this might be something that we I can say that in terms of the frozen food options, and Mabel will back me up on this. It's Gardein. Gardein is the best one. Gardein is the best one, and the good news about it is that it preserves. They tend to stand up a lot better to being underheated and to being and to just preservation in general than meat products because they're not. It's based on a Shanghainese recipe. I can send you the recipe that I use. So it is this recipe, but I just didn't use the fish oil. I've tried to substitute other things for the fish oil over the years, and I think it's just better without the fish oil. Without anything substitute at all, because those add a lot of umami to a recipe that already has, I think, enough umami from the soy sauce, and frankly the peanut butter. I think that just cutting that and then just allowing there to be more, hello Spork, and just allowing it to be brighter and spicier is better. Yeah, chicken I would just go to tofu. Is a simple suggestion I have. It's not I know it's not the best suggestion. Tofu does have the advantage of you can just eat it raw. I'm still learning how to cook tofu better. Tofu has a lot of depth to it. But as you know, it's not as it doesn't have quite the same flavor profile, and it's not quite as interesting. But yeah, you can just you know, I don't know how it stands up to a microwave. I could test that. Microwaving some tofu and then having it with barbecue sauce. Aiko, you know you don't need to ask me if you're asking a question. Would you eat stinky tofu? I'd try it. I've never actually been served it. Yeah. Iro, do it. Go for it. We're about to go into ads. Oh, like we're like really about to go into ads. Damn it, too slow for me to hit snooze. I may try this. I will say, at the moment, I am cutting carbs really hard, because I am like 20 pounds up on my goal weight. I'm actually close to 50 pounds up on my goal weight. And I would like to get back down to a reasonable weight. Yeah, absolutely Nor. I just want to like I want to, so like once the ads, so we're gonna go to the ads and then we'll talk more about what it was like in Japan. I do have some konjac noodles. I haven't actually tested if I like them or not. I did pick some up at the store. We'll see if I like them. We'll see if I like them or not. Okay. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hi, I'm back. I am back. But yeah, with regard to stinky tofu, I am willing to try it. I suspect I won't like it. And I base this on a very basic observation, which is that basically everybody I know who likes stinky tofu grew up with it. I don't really know anybody who grew up without it and then grew to like it. It seems to be one of those things that, like, it's very much tied into, like, childhood memories when people like it. That said, otherwise, I suspect I would probably... Otherwise, it sounds pretty good to me, because I like strong flavors. I tend to like pretty strong flavors. So I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot, Echo. I'll give it a shot, Echo. I will give it a shot. Just be sure to wash the konjaku noodles. Thank you for that. That's a good suggestion. And Iro, this does look pretty similar to the recipe that I posted. It involves several things like eggs and ham that I would not want to use. But yeah, sesame oil, soy sauce, black vinegar. Yeah, and peanut butter. Yep. The difference is that the recipe I use has a lot of chili oil. Chili oils. I love chili oil. Absolutely love it. If you do use that recipe that I posted from Walks of Life, I specifically recommend using Kame chili oil and not, say, like Roland or something like that, because the Kame chili oil is heavily smoked, and that creates a wonderful effect. I prefer the braised kind. Interesting. I mean, things like Americans and white people, I don't know if it's white people in general. Americans, Los Yankees, really like things to be fried. We really love our crispy fried food. We really love our crispy fried food. It's something that is like a well-known thing about Americans. They like things crispy and they like things sugary. And I can't deny it. I cannot deny it. I am not immune to that. Here's the top of your mouth. Interesting. I mean, a lot of people who are not Americans prefer softer than us. It's a famous thing that, like, Chinese cuisine has adopted to Americans is making everything crispier. Where did I even get stinky tofu? Chou tofu. Traditionally, the dish is fermented in a brine with vegetables and meat, sometimes for months. The flavor is often mild despite its strong smell. Yep. Let's wonder where I'd get my hands on this. The ferment. Yeah, it's probably not always with me. It's probably not always with me. I figured it wasn't. I figured it was. This is one of those things that's just like one of those things that just happens sometimes. People do a lot of different things. Oh, that does in fact say stinky tofu. Yeah, in Chinese. Hello, Matthew. Yeah, I would not want to ferment things with meat. That actually sounds like that sounds like really dangerous to me. It sounds really dangerous to me. It sounds really, really dangerous to me. We're not going to go through nearly all of the Japan photos. I'm just going to grab some ones kind of at random. This one is so amusing to me because how impressed I was with this. Like, this is what train boarding is like for just, like, normal subways in Japan. They have level boarding gates that prevent you from falling onto the track, and then they have a guide here for which door is closer to which seat on the train. And it's this use of stickers for, like, public infrastructure that kind of blew my mind because it's so fucking cheap. It's so cheap, and it makes the whole experience of being in Japan so much goddamn more pleasant. Like, it's so much easier to find things in Japan than it is in America. Even with my Japanese being quite poor, it was easier to, like, navigate Japan than it is to navigate America. Like, it just is. Because everything's just signposted better. My only time in my brief foray into Osaka, the giant Glico man. I don't quite get the hold that this has on people, but there's a lot of memes I don't understand. There's a lot of memes I do not understand. I may as well just scroll through and just... Okay. Okay. Best part of Japan. Best thing in Japan. Best thing. S tier. S tier thing about Japan. Kyoomizudera. Kyoomizudera by itself justifies the plane tickets. Kyoomizudera is insane. It's so massive. This is just the entry gates. It's so massive, it's so insanely beautiful. In Kyoto, not too bad. So it's worth saying, right, that like I was there in February, which is not the main tourist season. We got Airbnbs for like $30 a night, right? Like like good ones that were like next to train stations with full kitchens. We got away with murder. And Kyoto in general, I liked the most out of everywhere I visited. The only place where I found crowds to be really bad were like some parts of Tokyo. And the only place in Japan that I was in where I was like, oh, this is miserable, was Shinjuku Station. Shinjuku Eki sucks. I hated Shinjuku Eki. But yeah, the Kyoto skyline, such as it is, Shinjuku is a maze. It's a nightmare. Every other place is so well signposted, then Shinjuku is just like, hey, this is the biggest and busiest train station on the planet. Die. Like, Kyoto train station, there are full lines on the floor to every single train line from every part of the station. If you are basically at any part of the station that's the actual station, you can get to the Shinkansen, to the JR Railway, to the local lines just by looking at your feet, right? It's incredible. And then like Shinjuku is just like, we have 5 billion people come through here every day, and they all do it by vibes. There are 200 exits here. Good luck. Did not like Shinjuku Station. But Kyoto I loved. I found Tokyo okay. But I also can read Japanese, so yeah. Yeah. Well, in Shinjuku, yes. In Kyoto, no. Kyoto, it's really straightforward. Kyoto station's actually not very big. Kyoto station's like somewhat. I think it's probably got about as much train activity as like Penn Station in New York. Maybe a bit less than Penn Station, but it's laid out a lot more efficiently than Penn Station. So, hello Itsy Bitsy Bones. Shinjuku is just wrong. Shinjuku is just like unpleasant. Like actively avoid Shinjuku Station. I'm just showing off some pictures I have of Kyoto. That's one of the far off temples in Kyoomizudera. This picture was the moment when I realized that I am really bad at photography. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. I love that shake. Hello, Gamma. I've been in Japan. That's what I'm showing people. I'm trying to tell people I was in Japan. That's where I was. I was in Japan. I was in Place Japan. God. Beautiful. I am showing off what I think might be one of the most beautiful locations on the entire planet, which is Kyoomizudera. If you go to Japan, Kyoomizudera is like #1 priority. I'd say like the top priorities out of everything I did in Japan are Kyoomizudera, Inari Fushimi, Nijojo, And then in terms of places that I just loved that are not, I would consider as high of priority, what's the name of that place? Tsuchimaki Mappo was the best restaurant I've eaten at in my life. Tsuchimaki, and I really liked Atago Jinga. Atago Jinga I really liked. Atago Jinga and the Tokyo National Museum and Ueno Park I really liked. This one I really like. I like this photo a lot. I like this photo a lot. Babe, you better not be fetishizing decay. You better not be fetishizing the aesthetics of decay and ruins. I'm gonna change the stream title for a moment. I love seeing moss. I love seeing ruins. Snake's wife, Uwu. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for having a funny name. I like it when somebody's got a funny name for me to read out. Yeah, I love the moss. And this is actually like a high trafficked area. They just want it to look like this. Another angle of the Kyoto skyline. That tower that you see there. Oh, let's see. This tower, that's roughly where the Kyoto Central Station is. This is just a really good photo. I think you have this exact same picture. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I would love to go to Kyushu. I would love to go to Kyushu. I've never been. Yeah, Coal Bounds, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I would love to go to Kyushu. My friends really want to go to Hokkaido. A lot of my friends are huge fans of Hokkaido. I've never been to Hokkaido. I've only been to Honshu. The closest I've been to Kyushu is Hiroshima. I have been to Hiroshima. Hokkaido is cool. That's a joke, right? I love this. I love this. Nobody was paying attention to this. Nobody was paying attention to this. This was just like in the middle of Kyomizu-dera, and it's so beautiful. And I don't know. Nobody just people just walked past it. Just walked past what would be one of the better Zelda levels. Like, I don't know. I don't know enough about rocks. Cole, you know so much more about rocks than I do. You know so much more about rocks than I do. Let's... I like the staircase a lot. I took a lot of pictures of staircases. I like them a lot. Let's see about something here. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I was just worried that I might have left something in. I love seeing these old scaffolds. I can't remember. I don't even know that I'd be able to tell, Cole. I identify rocks by other people telling me what rock they are. I loved this. These like layered built-up walls, right? I love these layered built-up walls. I love these little layered built-up walls. Low angle shot on that pagoda. These pagodas are so freshly painted. Like, I've seen a lot of pagodas outside of Japan, and they're never this freshly painted. They're so much better maintained in Japan, which shouldn't be too surprising. Japan's much wealthier than most countries that have pagoda. Love to take a picture. I love Kyoto so much, man. I love Kyoto so much. The exit to Kyomizu-dera. Oh, this was funny to me. This is the bathroom of the Kyoto beer lab. And I took this photo because total Brooklyn victory. Total Brooklyn cultural victory. Complete Brooklyn cultural victory. Yeah, we were in Kyoto and we went to a microbrewery in Kyoto where even though everything was in Japanese, the waiters were still wearing, like all the waiters had like blue hair and septum piercings. And this has a bunch of, yeah. This one, New Glarus. Yeah. Noir will recognize that one. New Glarus. Wisconsin's finest. Yeah, this is in Japan. I laughed so hard when I was in this bathroom that I'm just like, I'm just in Brooklyn. I'm just in Brooklyn. I traveled to the opposite side of the planet to just be in Brooklyn again. Just, yeah, like this was their menu. This is their menu, right? Like, it's just Brooklyn. This is just Brooklyn. It's just Brooklyn. It's just Brooklyn again. Like, which one was that? Oh, was that? Yeah, sorry, it's one of their IPAs. The Silva Whippo was the one that we generally agreed on was the best of these. The Queen of Darkness I didn't like all that much. I thought the Hef was pretty all right. The Hazy was okay. The Bancho was pretty good. The barley one was pretty good. One of the actual full vegan restaurant here. Fully vegan restaurant in Kyoto. I'm just bad at taking photos. That is, I did clean it pretty regularly, but I am also bad at taking photos, and genuinely, I want to get an actual fucking DSLR. I think that this is one of my medium-term goals, is researching cameras, and probably putting it up on Throne. I don't know if I'd want to put it fully up on Throne, because like the really good cameras I'm looking at are like a couple $1,000s. Because I'd want a camera that would also replace my hand cam, because my hand cam is not great. My hand cam is not great. But yeah, fully vegan restaurant with these vegan egg sandwiches. Pretty good. The vegan egg sandwiches are pretty good. If you like this kind of like egg sandwich, like very British style of like cooking, like this was actually a pretty good restaurant. What were we doing here? I think we were on the way to Arashiyama. This was just a tiny little, side shrine in the Arashiyama region. This is just the stuff that I just saw everywhere, and I was losing my mind. It was just constant. It was just constant incredible beauty, like everywhere I went. Yep, this is on the way to Arashiyama. This is on the way to Arashiyama. They love stacking rocks. It's a good art form. It's a good art form. I support stacking rocks. I support the rock stacking. It's a good art form. It's a good art form. Noir, you would have hated this part. Noir, you would have fucking hated Arashiyama. You would have hated Arashiyama. Arashiyama is a mountain. It's literally a mountain climb. The town's nice, but we did literally climb a mountain. This bridge is some sort of famous touristy spot, but I didn't think about it very hard. Raven. Yeah, I'm not good at taking photos. Oh yeah, no, the weather was perfect from my consideration, Iro. I like the cold. I like the cold a lot. Yeah, these guys, the ravens are so fucking big. But yeah, yeah. The rocks die warning. Yeah, I'm very much a cold weather guy, Iro. Unfortunately, we're snowed in here. I'm snowed in right now, so, you know, it works out well for me. But I didn't take a lot of pictures of the climb up Arashiyama. Just of the environs. Yeah, yeah. I changed on this as I got older, but there was a period of my life where my rule was I was shorts until 0 Fahrenheit. That was my dividing line. Was 0 Fahrenheit was my shorts line. But then I worked in chemistry labs, and now I feel naked. Now I feel naked about whenever I'm not wearing long pants. I'm always like, what if there's a vat of sulfuric acid falls from the sky? Yeah, yeah. But yeah, here's the view from Arashiyama, right? Of Kyoto. Right, we're it wasn't do I have the good photo? This is the good photo. This is the good Iris! 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 A happy 6-7 to you, Iris. Welcome in, Blood Bites. Iris, how was Iris Fest? How was Iris Fest? Was today day 2 of Iris Fest, or was it day 1? Let's see if I can still see it. Day 1. It was day 1 of Iris Fest. How was Iris Fest? How was Iris Fest? Welcome in, Iris. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy, which is what I'm planning on doing at some point during this stream. But for the moment, I am just reporting back a little bit from my Japan trip, which is where I was for the last month, and thus why I haven't been streaming regularly. Yeah, Iris is a truck sim enjoyer. Iris does a lot of truck sim. She does a lot of Yakuza. She likes Arkham Asylum a lot. And she likes making lots of dick jokes. Feline Gamer Street, thank you for the follow, and you are present, you are here. Yeah, I am sorry, Iris. If you want me to drop in sometime just to like take a little bit of the burden off, make the stream a little bit easier, I can come on. Iris is somebody who I have a lot of affection for. She is responsible for one of my favorite collabs I've ever done, which is when I was doing my book club year before last, when I was doing book club really regularly, she was one of my early book club members, and we did the Epic of Gilgamesh. So she gets to be the person who brought the oldest book to book club, and Epic of Gilgamesh was amazing. Epic of Gilgamesh was so fucking good. It's so good. Everybody should read Epic of Gilgamesh. Everyone should read Epic of Gilgamesh. It's so gay. But yes, Iris, if you need to raid and run, please take the chance to do so. But thank you for dropping off the blood bites with me. We should be more in touch. I feel like I don't talk to you enough. I like Iris a lot. Iris is whip smart and very funny. Yes, please, Iris, please have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. And good luck on the Iris Fest. Good luck on the Iris Fest. I don't know what your terms are for it, but I hope it was not an uncapped subathon, because you are going to be in a lot of trouble if it is. Do not do uncapped subathons, folks. Yes, please have a good night, Iris. Anybody else from the raid who needs to raid and run, please feel free to do so. However, if you would like to stay and listen to an old man ramble, You've come to the right place. You have come to the right place. Not Pashim. And yes, Coalbounds. If anybody here doesn't know what the Epic of Gilgamesh is about, the plot of the Epic of Gilgamesh is that Gilgamesh is super cool and super hot and super strong, and he's so hot and so cool and so strong that he is inadvertently oppressing the people of his own country, right? He is inadvertently causing oppression and suffering in his own homeland, in Uruk. In Ur. And the gods are trying to figure out how to rein in Gilgamesh's excesses. And their answer is to find because Gilgamesh is the strongest man in all of civilization. So their solution is to find the strongest man outside of civilization and get the two of them to fuck. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is just what it is. There's very little room to get around that's what the book is about. Gilgamesh is too hot and strong, everyone is suffering, and the solution is Yaoi. Hello, Adobot. The solution is Yaoi. The solution is Yaoi. Like, it's remarkable on that one. It is remarkable on that one. It's great. Oldest Yaoi there ever was. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. The number of times the translation I was using kept on using the phrase, loved him as if he were your wife. It comes up all the time. It's so frequent. The fate Gilgamesh is straight washing. Right? Like, that's the fun. It's so funny. The straight Gilgamesh is straight. The fate version of Gilgamesh is radically straighter than the epic version, than the OG. Yeah, it's straight washing. Yep. 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 I love it so much, and thank you to Iris for getting me to finally read it. Oh, also, Arashiyama was where the monkeys were. I didn't get to take any pictures of them, but I think I'm only going to do a little bit more. So this was just like a random park in the middle of Arashiyama, which is just like a tiny little suburb. It's just like what suburbs look like. Where are your lesbian ethics? I am sorry, Noir. I am sorry. Lesbianism is so done dirty by the historical surviving records that two of our different words for lesbian are named after the same woman who was bisexual. I am sorry. Medusa should have ended. This is why you do if you do biracial, then there's no lesbians or sapphics. And Petrovius, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, just little random side streets. Reminds you of Kinosaki. Fair enough, fair enough. I've not been to Kinosaki. I don't even remember what this was. Oh, this was I'd have to look it up. I will have to look it up. What was this? This was like day 2 or 3. I wrote down Arashiyama. Oh, this is Tenryuji. This is Tenryuji. Tenryuji was pretty good. Tenryuji was pretty good. You support gay rights and gay wrongs, but it's going to be the final gay. It's going to be the final gay. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to do the final gay. I love these gardens. I love these gardens. I just love this. Here we go. Here we go. This is just like a little side garden. Nobody was paying attention. Nobody was paying attention. Nobody was paying attention to this. Losing my mind. People just walking past this. Hello, Tohu. Hello, Tohu. Hello, Tohu. Golf Alpha Yankee, 40 consecutive streams. That's crazy. That's crazy. My last like 5 streams were completely unplanned. How did you keep that up? The watch streak is going to be much easier from here for a while now. It's going to be much smoother sailings. It's going to be much smoother sailings for a while here. No entry. Be lucky to see grass the screen still. Going back a few. So this is the thing that really hits about. Here's a good part. Here's a good picture, right? This is the thing that really hits about a location like this to me, Coal Bounds. It's not that it's natural. Because Coal Bounds, I think you know enough. This isn't natural. Right? You can tell that's not natural, right? Those stones were planted, and particularly the stones. The stones is what I've really noticed. The stones are laid out, not natural plant, but species-wise are native. This is all true. This is all true. Yes. This is a garden, including the rocks. It's very deliberate, as Shark Ray put it. It's very, very deliberate. Also, yes. Did I say hello to you earlier, Shark Ray? I feel like I forgot. But it looks like I didn't, according to the computer. So it was set in stone? Arguably, yes. It's well-planned landscaping. Exactly. And this is the thing that really hits. Hello, Tim Shell Show. Hello, Tim Shell Show. This is the thing that really hit me, was recognizing that a lot of these rocks had been planted in these locations literally hundreds of years ago, and then they just continue to be beautiful for hundreds of years going forward. Right? That, like, this beauty is not the results of something that somebody did yesterday. This is the result of 400 years of accumulated infrastructure development. That to me felt like the biggest difference between being in Japan and being in America. And again, I'm getting winter photos, right? Like this is winter. This has got to look completely insane in the spring. It's got to look completely insane in the spring. Hell yeah, love a rock garden. Yeah, no, America is really bad at infrastructure maintenance. we're really bad at infrastructure maintenance, folks. And I don't think we're getting. And hello, Aminora. Thank you for. Hold on, Aminora. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the bits. It's very kind of you. Every little bit counts for keeping me alive and healthy. Yep. Oh, this is the stuff that I want to take a look at. Ooh, my camera's crapping out here in a way that I think is actually really interesting. My camera is crapping out in a way. Yeah, you can see a koi here. What the hell is my camera doing? This rules. This is so good. This rules. That's not a painting. That's my camera being bad. This is the thing I'm a sucker for, is these little stone bridges. I love these things. I love these things. AI art, clearly. Yeah, AI art. Yeah, my 2007 era smartphone. My smartphone that doesn't do eSIMs definitely has advanced AI products installed on it. I think it might. I just keep on telling it to uninstall every new program that it installs. Genuinely don't know why these two photos turned out so differently. Taken moments apart. Looking out over Arashiyama. Light going... Miss Gravestone, thank you for the follow. Like going into the subject versus onto the lens. Taking a picture of somebody getting a selfie inside the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest is so good. And it was just like, this is just like a path, right? This is just like how we got to the train station. Hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. When you went to Tenryuji? I'm sorry. Special events. Oh my goodness, what did I miss? Also, hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Beautiful Angel. What's the special events? Don't plant invasive bamboo. My understanding was that the main reason why people would plant invasive bamboo was to screw over landlords they didn't like. That was my understanding of why you can even do that. Was if you don't like your landlord, and Nari, yes, I did catch a little bit of your web fishing, but I couldn't stay. Hello, Inari. Hello, Inari. Oh yes. Thank you. I did see that. I did see that you are doing the Room to Read charity event. Okay, so you're starting it this week. Will I be able to raid you? Is there a way that I can raid Vexing Cat? Yes, I'm talking a little bit about it. This is from early on in the trip. This is Arashiyama. This is from our trip to Arashiyama. This is at Tenryuji, which I think like my pronunciation in Japanese is usually pretty good, and then I'm pronouncing Tenryuji really badly. My pronunciation Tenryuji is really bad. But yeah, beautiful place here. Dylanthropic, thank you for the follow. But yes. Vex, I could... Hold on. So if you're streaming at 6 p.m. Eastern, that just means that I have to do a stream that is... How many hours long? If I start at 10 p.m. to 6 p.m., 20 hours. I just need to do a 20-hour long stream. Only a 20-hour long stream. Sheik, I did physical sim. And I did a physical sim, and that meant that my phone was obnoxious. And so for the first day, I didn't have internet. I actually got from Tokyo to Kyoto Actually, strictly speaking, I got from Narita to Kyoto and to my Airbnb and navigated the whole time just off of, like, asking questions. Just, and physical maps. Oh, this was insane. This is insane. This is insane. Do people know what they're looking at right now? Are people able to tell what they are looking at right now? Yes, Akshi, this is a beer and sake vending machine. This is a beer and sake vending machine. I found, I think, 4 of them. Yes, a vending machine, and it has no method of age verification whatsoever. It has no age verification whatsoever. You can just anybody. Cigarettes was the one that shocked me. Yeah, no, just trust, just social trust. Yeah, yep, just social trust. I actually never tried the hot corn soup. I never tried the hot corn soup. Cole Kavi _X, thank you for the follow. I think it's the biggest thing is the social trust is like so much higher. Is so much higher. Oh, Frederick _UPBB, thank you for the follow. I can kind of, oh my god, that's too small on my screen to read the kanji. Yeah, I didn't know if it was vegan either, so I didn't try. You had the best matcha at the airport when you left? I avoided matcha for, I avoided matcha. I am very caffeine vulnerable. I have caffeine. My caffeine intake for the entire time I was in Japan was 1 small Coke. Because there was a time when I was like really exhausted and like I was having exhaustion headaches. I had 1 small Coke. That was it. The guy who I was traveling mostly with a personal friend of mine, and he was having like 6 coffees a day. he was having like a Giorgio latte almost every single time we passed the vending machine that had one. He was blasting so much caffeine. I don't remember. I was not keeping like very close track, but it just felt like continuous. It felt like so much. Whereas I'm like a no caffeine guy. I am a like caffeine almost always gives me a headache. And the real reason why I avoid caffeine is that I have that ADHD thing where caffeine sometimes makes me fall asleep. And I don't actually know what causes that. I would estimate that like maybe 30% of the time when I have caffeine, I just fall asleep. Like immediately. Like within 10 minutes, I just fall asleep. And it's like, but I can't actually predict when that's going to happen. In Kyoto, we stayed at an old house. At an Airbnb. It was actually wonderful. In Tokyo, we stayed at a more modern Airbnb. Yeah, it's a resistance thing, Blue. It's a resistance thing. The traditional one was really nice. It was really drafty. It was really, really drafty. Otherwise I loved it. Otherwise I loved that place. And I would go to that exact same Airbnb again. Like I would absolutely do that again. But it was very drafty. That did suck. It bothered me less than it bothered my traveling companion. Yeah, it's paper screens. The Gekkan was kind of like open air. And like the floor insulation was terrible. The floor insulation was really terrible. And a lot of the windows were not well sealed. Like it's like my Midwestern ass was just like, I could save you guys like half of your heating bill with like $10. like give me like $10 and I could cut this heating bill in half. Yeah, I love sleeping on a futon, but I also like being cold. Also, the futon, unfortunately, the futon, like, I slept on the futon really well, but it seemed to hurt my back, which was a very annoying combination. I was getting some of the best sleep I've, like, ever had, and then also, like, I just had mounting and increasing back pain the entire time we were in Kyoto, and then when I slept on a different bed in Tokyo, my back pain started to clear up very quickly. Very annoying. Very annoying experience. Yeah, so the big thing about matcha is that it's like a stronger, Kara, the big thing about matcha is it's like a stronger tea. It's like a stronger tea. Kara, love you, Kara. Thank you for stopping by, Kara. I know it's late o'clock for you, Kara. But thank you for being here anyway. Oh, this is just, which park is this? Ume something. Yeah, that's my understanding, actually, which is why I avoid it. Which station? Which I'm gonna have to take a look at this. Kyoto Parks, Shimogyo. Because it's right next to the aquarium. It's right, it's not that one. Umekoji. This is Umekoji. This is Umekoji Park. I did not go to Nara this time. I've been to Nara before, but I did not go this time. Neff! How was the reading and writing? How was the reading and writing? What were you reading? What were you writing? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. I paint miniatures. I play weird games. And today I am reviewing why I haven't been streaming for over a month, which is I was in Place, Japan. The _wrong_ Alice. Welcome in. Good to meet you. Good to have you here. Yes, what were you reading, Neff? What were you reading, Neff? Oh, and the _wrong_ Alice. Thank you for the follow. And hello, PPR Pepper. Rex Stouts, the doorbell rang. Well, yes, yeah, and that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And yeah, I am back for the foreseeable future. I will have to get used to streaming again. It's currently, I've got to, gotta get back into it. Literally fight a deer that had tried to eat your friend's souvenir. That's pretty funny. I have been to Nara before. I remember the fish being much more aggressive than the deer. I'll probably, I don't want to do all of the Japan trip while I'm here, and some of this is just going to take very long. If I'm smart, I'll actually do a more curated playthrough of it. But I did think these were really funny. This is so we walked through Umekoji on the way to the Kyoto Train Museum. The Kyoto Train Museum was kind of an overwhelming museum. I am not enough of a trains guy for how much of a trains experience the Kyoto Train Museum was. But in the park, in Umekoji Park, leading to the museum, these were so cute. These were so cute. Coal bounds, I don't think they would stop you. I think that Japan might stop you from just stealing one of them, but I don't think customs would care. That is not something that customs cares about. Customs only really cares about plants, animals, and alcohol. That's what they care about. Japan cares about if you leave with ivory. They do not want you to taking ivory out of Japan is illegal. The coal bounds they didn't even ask. Minerals doesn't even show up on the list. Certain sand. Oh, okay. Maybe Japan cares about you taking certain sands out, but the US doesn't ask about it did not ask about it at customs. I like the stone bench. I don't know. I just took pictures of things that are beautiful. That's what I was doing. I was just taking beautiful pictures. I actually like Umekoji a lot. Yeah, look, they've got more trains. They've got more of these little train things. Yeah, this is what the train museum was like. These old trains. So this was a 1950 train. A 1950 train. Oh, again, that was much easier to read. And here's a 1964 train, which this was very funny to me because this clearly means like that's when it was like, please turn off mobile phones. There was an ad for Line inside this train. So like this train was like, it may have been a model originally developed in 1964, but it definitely was not taken right off the ground in 1964. Small aside, one thing I did not like in Japan is these hanging straps. Was not a fan of the hanging straps. I found the hanging straps really unpleasant and inconvenient to use compared to just holding on to the metal bars. We can make shorter metal bars. Took the train out to New England once. I once moved via train. I once did a cross-country move via train. Because I don't know how true this is anymore, but at the time, Amtrak allowed you to take 400 pounds of luggage as free checked luggage. And it turns out I owned less than 400 pounds of stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Have a good night, Kara. Have a good night, Kara. I'm going to snooze here for a second because we have ads coming in just a moment. Hold on, let me shout out Six. Welcome in, Six. What were you just chatting about? And welcome in, Raiders. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy streams, which is what I'm planning on doing eventually. But I am now going over my trip to Japan, which is why I didn't stream for a month. I didn't stream for a month because I was in Japan. Let me say hello. Thank you for the follows to Chef Hotspot, Nope248, Necomantic _ Chef 6, Theo _ Femboy, HMS Potato with 1933. Interesting choice of name there. And Unlimited Buttworks. And hello to 6, Theo Femboy, HMS Potato, Wampy Souls, Unlimited Buttworks. You did a fruit and vegetable tier list. Excellent. What were your top ones? I've done a fruit tier list. I haven't done a veggie tier list. My fruit tier list, I think, made people really mad because my fruit tier list, like everything was like A or B. I think like everything was like A or B, and I gave like a C to, I think I gave like a C to watermelon. Surprised there's a VTuber for it. As far as I know, Norwood Reaper, I am the only one. And hello, Kitty Cat Nomad. Hello. I do not have any games on my phone. Mango was S tier. Mango was S. Mango is my favorite food on the planet. Mango is my favorite food on the planet. I haven't done a vegetables tier list. I think my main S tier vegetable would be bok choy. My phone is I'm okay on kiwis. I'd say B. I love my little guy, Inkwell. Mwah. I love Inkwell. He's so cute. I haven't had bitter melon. I've never actually had bitter melon. But yes, obviously, Raiders, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I do not want to keep anybody, especially if they need to raid and run if they are tired. I know that I raid out when I am tired and cold and hungry. Those tend to be those tend to be how I feel at the end of stream. Also, thank you, Champion Bob, for the follow. But if you would like to stay here, I will hopefully be doing a calligraphy stream. I don't plan on spending the entire time on talking about my Japan trip. I mostly just went to museums because I'm a nerd. Yes, Theo Femboy, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Have a lovely, lovely night. And thank you for the good name. I like the name. Top veggies are asparagus, good choice. Broccoli, perfect choice. Corn, garlic, and green beans. I will be honest, for me, I kind of feel like garlic, onions, shallots, scallions are... I would not put them on a vegetables tier list. I feel like like, what do we call that? They're a different thing. They're a different thing. The alliums, thank you. I feel like the alliums end up on a different tier list. Garlic is like the best thing on the planet. Brussels sprouts are like A tier plus. Because they're for adding aromatics, right? Like when I think about vegetables, it's like, could I just add this to like a soup? Like aromatics. I could just add these things to like a soup or like a sandwich or a casserole, and it would be pretty good. Whereas like like garlic, I can't substitute anything. Top veggies, broccoli is like a top tier one for me. I think my top vegetables are going to be broccoli, spinach, bok choy, cauliflower, eggplant. I think those are probably my top ones. Top fruits are probably going to be mango, maybe apples, actually. I really like red apples. That might be like my top list. Grapes, I like purple grapes a little bit more than like green grapes, but it's pretty close to me. Bananas I like a lot, but I just eat them so much. Eggplant is tricky. Sweet potatoes are amazing. Okay. 6. There's a bunch of tricks to eggplants. Eggplant's like a little bit more of a pain in the ass, to be honest. What I like to do with eggplant is you gotta soak it in vinegar. You gotta salt it and vinegar it before you cook it. You gotta salt it, vinegar it, drain it. The variance in how eggplant turns out is enormous. If you want it to turn out like crispy, I recommend, salt and vinegar it and then drain it and then toss it in cornstarch and bake it. That'll get you like a crispy eggplant, like cubed and tossed, cubed and then tossed in cornstarch with salt and then roasted is like, it's really good. Eggplant lasagna is fantastic. Eggplant lasagna is fantastic. Hold on, I gotta follow you, 6. There we go. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Zucchini does work well for that too. Yeah. No, I think I'm not my theory with eggplant is that I think eggplant might just contain too much water and you need to somehow treat the water first. Treat it for the water first. Maybe blanching would work, right? Because that's actually a kind of cool technique. One of those techniques that I learned literally while I was traveling was blanching tofu instead of pressing tofu, and I think I actually really like it. Italian eggplant I find more temperamental than Japanese eggplant. Japanese eggplant is more well behaved. Okra, I like okra okay. I'm like a deep northern boy, so I only have okra like very periodically. It's not been like a deep part of my diet. Oh no, _ not _ again. Thank you for the follow. Blanching tofu. Yes. So there's tofu. So the method that I learned recently that I thought was pretty good was so cube your tofu, right? Or triangle it or whatever shape you want to cook it in, right? And set it aside and then boil some water and add the boiling water to some salt, and then drop the tofu. It's not really blanching, I guess. Drop the tofu in the salt water and just leave it for a few minutes, right? Leave it for a few minutes, and then that will actually take out a fair amount of the moisture, right? This is actually fairly good for frying. The tofu will be surprisingly soft. Will be surprisingly soft when it comes out of the blanching, but it will fry up well. Because the big problem with pan frying tofu is that tofu has a ton of water in it, and if you pan fry wet tofu, it will spatter like crazy. It will spatter like crazy. I have been testing it out as an alternative to pressing, and I think it's mostly better. I'm not 100% on it, but I think it's mostly better. But yes, Vex asked about what museums I went to. This is currently at the Kyoto Train Museum. We went to Kyoto. A lot of museums didn't allow you to take photos. Kyoto National was amazing. Kyoto National was incredible. Tokyo National, I went to for 4 days and I didn't see all of it. Tokyo National is insane. There's a lot of things that kind of blur the line between museum and like location, like Nijo Castle is kind of a museum, is actually a pretty good museum on top of also being a really cool castle. Oddly, Dr. Pepper, I tried that. I found the potato starch made it very chewy. Like my American tastes want it crispier. It is interesting that potato starch was so much easier to find in Japan than in the US. And cornstarch was so much harder to find in in Japan than in the US. I'm so used to cornstarch just being like a trivial staple. Annoyingly, you guys are going to convince me to do like start cooking tofu like on stream, which is not what I want to be doing with my time. Not what I am planning on doing today. This was shocking to me. This is a 1960s diner car. 1960s Japanese diner car. Look at how, I don't think you can tell from looking at that, but the that red thing is where you would put your food, right? That's the counter for having your food. It is less than the length of my hand. It's like 6 inches. As an American, it's just like, oh my god, this seems so inconvenient and unpleasant. This seems miserable. 1964. I do not like the style of chairs. This was cool as well. You got to eat inside the cockpit. Reactance Theory. Hello. I actually love cooking tofu. I've cooked it before on stream. I'll cook it again on stream. E_X_E_Lucy VT. Thank you for the follow. I actually love that, but I'm not planning on doing it today. Today's plan is to do calligraphy. Main reason why I'm not going to be doing a cooking stream is that I'm trying to lose weight, and I already ate enough today. Yeah, this is a 1964 train. It's still very, very recognizable. We got inside the cockpit. Reactance Theory, thank you for the follow. The kitchen inside one of these. This was very cute. The diner car that has a full POS. Has a full POS counter. So I have actually snoozed on ads twice. We are going to need to run ads. I will be going away for the duration of the ads to use the bathroom because I need to use the bathroom very, very badly. When we get back, we will probably be going over to calligraphy. So enjoy the commercial break. And hold on a second. Kofi. To advertise myself here. Tohu, have a good night. Sleep well, Tohu. To advertise myself, that is where you can commission me for calligraphy. So I will be back in a little bit. Enjoy the ad break. Hello, 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 hello. I am back. Hello, Sleeplessy. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it is time. It is time for me to do some calligraphy. The first time I have done calligraphy in a long time. Because I do not think it should shock people too much to think about the fact that I wasn't doing a lot of calligraphy while I was traveling. Calligraphy is kind of portable, and the fact that I use Pilot Parallels as my primary calligraphy tool definitely improves that. I had my markers and I did have the ability to, but I'll be honest, pretty much any time I wasn't at a museum or a temple or out to a restaurant with friends, I oh, absolutely, absolutely. I don't mind swearing. I don't mind swearing. Swearing's fine. Don't put slurs in. Right, there we go. And writing and reading. But yeah, you can absolutely put swears in. One of my favorites I've ever done was somebody was check out my OnlyFans. That was a funny one to me. It is kind of actually interesting to me that the way that swearing and slurs actually kind of play out is basically what it really is it's an argument over what words should be taboo, right? It's not really an argument over whether or not there should be taboo words. It's an argument over which words should be taboo. Okay. Okay, already starting to... I'm just gonna do a... Yeah, I can definitely see a difference. Bibinka! Binka. Hold on, let me get the shout out in for Babinka Bear. Yeah, people like the old man. People want to see the calligraphy. What were you chatting about, Babinka Bear? Babinka, for the Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy, which I'm just getting started on. I was earlier sharing some photos from my Japan trip, and this is, I also paint miniatures. I play weird games. I don't tend to, I sometimes play the normal VTuber games, but I like to play, city builders, retro games. The game I'm planning on playing this week is Relooted. Thank you, Bibinka. Thank you, Cielo. Let me say hello to everyone. Hello, Beeples Bees. Hello, Pex Cool. Hello, Folka Zaubera. Hello, Cielo Slug. Hello, Owen Aeon. And yes, you are present, Matthew Rice Seeker. Thank you for the support. Yes. What were you chatting about, Bibinka Bear? What were you chatting about? I have been chatting about my trip to Japan that I was on. And okay, the straights are kind of coming out a little bit better. The lit lamp, thank you for the follow. Too many different things. PE memories and Steven Universe. I have pretty good memories of Steven Universe. Different from Phys Ed. I actually kind of enjoyed Phys Ed. Yes, you about Star Wars music. Yes, about Star Wars music. I see. I see. That doesn't look right. Oh, I knew what he was trying to do. I could tell what he was trying to do. I could tell what he was trying to do. I know Matthew well enough. I could see through his ruse. That's very sweet of you, little lamp. I hope that whoever... I wonder who told you that. I wonder who told you that. Oh, let me adjust the camera a little bit. I forgot about this part of the stream. Still readjusting to being back on streaming. All right, still readjusting. So the camera has to be over here. And let's calibrate it. Okay, there we go. There we go. I think that's better. And... let's move Chatterino around a little bit. Six did. Okay, that's very sweet of her. Actually, I didn't get Six's pronouns. I just kind of assumed that VTubers are feminine. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Always something to shout you out. Yeah, I did notice that, Babinka Bear. I was like, huh. Thought we'd been moots for a minute. Don't worry about it. It's not like I'm not really a Twitter poster. Like I'm on Twitter, but like I'm not really a poster in general. I don't have a poster's heart. Salmon says S. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Six, have a good night. Have a good lurk. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, spelled quick wrong. I frankly need to purge my follows on Blue Sky, because I definitely follow a bunch of people on Blue Sky that just post way too damn much, and they don't post very interesting things, and it makes me just leave. It causes me to just leave Blue Sky. I'm just like, it's not where I want to be. But I can't just unfollow them, right? I can just unfollow them. Like, it's not actually a big deal. Like, these aren't like my friends, right? It's social media. I will tell you that I am not bothered by somebody not following me on the socials, right? Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I don't know. To me, social media is like a place where I like put advertising. And so if people don't want to like look at my ads, like, Sharkry, have a good night. A little bit of a social clone Mario sesh. Yeah. I don't know. So the socials, like, I just don't feel like they're where I live. Maybe I'm just too old. Right? Maybe it's just like a being too old thing where it's just like, I kind of live in one-on-one conversations. Like, that's like where reality is to me, right? Is like one-on-one conversations. It's in the DMs. Yeah. The reality is that, like, I feel like the Blue Sky user is a narrower type of use case. than the Twitter use case. Like, I kind of feel like Blue Sky is mostly for US politics. Seems to be the main thing that people really use it for. And so, if you're like a US politics related influencer, it's pretty good. But otherwise it feels like people kind of tend to lose interest in Blue Sky pretty quickly. Like I've been on Blue Sky as a traditional arts guy and like a VTubing guy. Badass. Badass. And yeah, Alice, I'm just like, yeah, I do find cool. I do find some cool painters on Blue Sky. In particular, it seems like people who are non-American seem to be very disinterested in Blue Sky. And I tend to have overall much more unpleasant interactions and experiences on Blue Sky than I do on Twitter. But neither of them I'm having particularly good interactions on. Most of the time, like, most of my use on both sites is like I go there and I just like block like 50 people. So I was like, is this really what I'm here for? Like I could have blocked all these people by just not going here. Yes, your grandfather wants his favorite technological advance he's seen in his lifetime. He said ballpoint pen. Ballpoint pen's an interesting choice. I don't think it's a bad choice. I understand why somebody would say that, even as a person who prefers fountain pens to ballpoints. What's my favorite? There's a bunch of texts that I think are like I think that we've been making insane advances in material technology. Like I feel like there is something deeply wrong with the way that people talk about science and technology in the United States, particularly like reporters, really be like, oh, like technology is only really advanced in terms of like information science. I'm like, I think information science has been relatively modest advances since the 60s. I think that the advances have been kind of mediocre. Where I'm really impressed is MatSci. Like silicone oven mitts are insane, and they were not available for most of my life. Like the kind of oven mitts that I bought for $10 off of Amazon the other day, those would have cost $5,000 in the 1980s. Ads 3 CFTSUSY. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And it's not just that ballpoints are cheap, it's that you can write on them upside down. Write with them upside down. Oh, that's a cute idea, Sheik. That's a cute idea. Favorite tech advance in my lifetime. Joke answer, flush toilets. Hello, Yomi. Was nostalgic to see? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you, Yomi. Thank you. I'm pretty rusty right now. We're doing a little bit of practice to try to get myself back into shape. You can see that I'm not doing same letter heights. I might want to just get new guidelines. You're not Ben or ads? Hot and cold running water. Refrigerated train cars. Refrigerated train cars are an insane technology. Absolutely fucking insane technology. Like the fact that I can just have bananas any time of year, incredible. Incredible. Your husbando is eating with your dog. That's cute. That's cute. I hope that I am giving you something to help. I'm snowed in as well. I am snowed in as well. I am snowed in as well. But it's okay. I still have power. Lady Soja, thank you for the follow. Oh man, I actually did watch the Super Bowl. I actually did watch the Super Bowl while I was in Japan. We woke up in the morning and we held a very tiny Super Bowl party. I primarily cooked, as is my wont. Hello, Lady Soja. Lady Soja. I primarily cooked because that's how I am as a person. I love cooking. And we had some beer and some whiskey. We were unsurprisingly rooting for the Seahawks. I actually liked the game. I can tell you, I don't know how I'm supposed to say your name now, if it's not ads. ADS, I guess. Yeah, we already had a snow day. I don't know if we'll have a snow day tomorrow, but the mayor went on the news and said we've got a snow day. We've had insane winter weather. I got back from my travel and there was snow on the ground from when I left. Right? Like there was snow on the ground that landed like while my plane was leaving the airport. Yeah, in Midtown. Okay. Yeah, I'm Brooklyn. No, I actually liked the Super Bowl game. I genuinely enjoyed it quite a bit. I will say that I was very fortunate that I was watching it on NHK and not on any American channel. And so that means that that means we didn't have the AI ads. We had almost no ads. There was like, I think there were 2 ads the entire time, which was nice. I hate watching ads. But yeah, we were freed from the AI slop ads of the Super Bowl. And I know that it's an unpopular opinion, but I did in fact enjoy watching an extremely defensive Super Bowl game. I was actually kind of hoping that the score, when we got to halftime, that it would have been a game where there were literally zero touchdowns. That would have been deeply, deeply funny to me. If every single point had been scored by kicking. Hello, Ion. Welcome in. Good to see you again. Yes, I am back. I am back from my travels. I am back from my travels. My calligraphy is pretty shaky right now. Admittedly, Gothic is like the hardest script. But you can see like my lines aren't particularly straight and I'm having trouble keeping them perpendicular. Oh, I love snow blue. My only complaint right now is that I won't be able to run for a while. I love running. I love running. Favorite exercise. And I'm gonna have to not do it for a while because you don't want to run on black ice. Yeah, wrong, Alice. I think we had 17 inches last night. So that's the number I heard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's by somebody type in exclamation point model for ADS, for ADS's sake. Hello, Gray Nothing. Oh, is it only allowed to me? Come on. Come on. No, it should have worked. That should have worked. I just didn't want to have to dig out my... okay, it looks like it is limited to me. It shouldn't be limited to me. It should not be limited to me. Commands... Let me take a look at this. This command should not be limited to me. I am going a little bit crazy. It says... nobody's denied. Whatever. The bird you have to keep warm is naked and kind of dumb. Oh no. Oh no. Your burrowing habits. Well, if you're burrowing when there's no blizzard, it's a little bit of a challenge, right? What are you burrowing into? Hmm. I think it sounds cool. What do I think about Myoshi? I think Myoshi sounds cool. I think it's a real shame that social media has become a place where like you just kind of post stuff and you don't have any customization or control over what you look like on it. I haven't yet signed up for it because I am lazy, and socials in particular just make me tired. I think it sounds like a cooler one. I actually do not know something. There's something I don't know about Myoshi. Because I know that Myoshi is like... semi-closed? I know that it's semi-closed, but is the idea that it's only going to be for active VTubers? Or is it supposed to be for... Is it like eventually going to include VTuber fans? Like that's kind of my question about it. I think either way is fine. I just don't know. It does kind of change like what I think about it going forward. Don't trust that the power won't go out. Yeah, I was a little bit worried about the power going out. I did stock up pretty heavily on food. So I probably don't need to hit the groceries for a while. Daya! Hello, Daya. Hello, Daya. Daya's cool. Daya's cool. Hey, it's Civil. It's Civil. Hold on. I'll give the shout out to Daya. What were you up to, Daya? Daya. It's not auto-completing, so I've got to... Okay, it's really not auto-completing. How was Hitman? Hitman always seemed like a game that I would like. Hitman always seemed like a game that I would like. Hello to the Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is my main art form. I also do paint miniatures. I play weird games. I do a lot of very chatty streams. I'm a very, very chatty guy. I like to have my friends on and have a big, long chatty stream. I'm glad you're having fun with Hitman, and let me say hello to the other raiders. Hello, Chef Hotspot and Sana Samaha, and of course, Civil. We love you here, Civil. And Predroka and Aya_Entrati. Hello, 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 and thank you, Sana Samaha, for the follow. It can be chaotic or chill depending on how you want to play. I'm one of those guys who, I actually like stealth games a lot. Aya_Entrati, thank you for the follow. You are a Warframe fan. Took me a second to recognize that name. You are a Warframe fan. Aya_Entrati, I have over 3,000 hours of Warframe. I have played so much Warframe. I just got Legendary 1. Yeah. Daya, you were having a good time with Hitman. I own the Hitman like collection, and I should play them sometime. I actually really like games where you do like a lot of like setup and planning. All right, have a good night, Pedroka. I like games that have a lot of setup and planning. We're going to be playing Relooted tomorrow, which is very much a game about like heist setup, which I love. I love that kind of thing. I love that kind of thing. I'm a stealth gamer. I like Thief a lot. I wish Payday had decent stealth. I loved Monaco. I don't know how many co-op stealth games there are that are like any good other than like Monaco. Yeah, Monaco's great. Yeah, I do like spy missions. How does someone start improving their handwriting because yours is so bad? Okay, Daya. Slow. That's the trick. Start slow. Start slow. It's like learning how to aim in video games, right? It's you do it slow, and then you work from there. There is a little bit of a divide, and it's a little bit similar. I don't know like how much of a shooter player you are. Are you a low sense or a high sense player? Because if you are a low sense player, part of what's probably happening with both low sense with sensitivity for you and also with your handwriting is that you're putting too much pressure onto your fingers. You're writing too much from your hand and your finger, and you want to be working more from your muscles. Are you more accurate with the sensitivity set really low for your mouse, so that a low sensitivity gameplay would be like you move like this, right? High sensitivity would be you move like this for aiming. I am a high sensitivity player, and I have learned over the years that this is because I have really, really, really good fine motor control. I am really good with these. I am the type of person who probably would be a very good watch repairer. That's a skill that I kind of want to learn one of these days, is like clockwork and watch repair. And so if you see me writing my calligraphy, you can't really tell until I'm like down here. My hand is resting, right? I have no freedom of motion below here on my hand. Everything I'm writing with is like here up. But if you like to move a lot, try to use more of your larger muscles, which is what happens when I write left-handed. When I write left-handed, I actually I write in a totally different way, and I use way more of my arms. That's like a big thing that happens in both shooters and with writing. And presumably it happens with brushes and other tools as well, that the small muscles in your hands, if they're weak, if they're not like developed, and if they're not used to the motions, then they'll shake a lot. They'll shake and be unsteady when you're trying to do fine control things with them. And your body will make up for the lack of familiarity with fineness by applying additional pressure, and that will make the shaking worse. So that's usually a big culprit here. This is like one of the big pieces of advice for improving handwriting is write more from your arm and your shoulder. So I would say try that and write slower. Try that and write very slowly. Speed up afterwards. Bodega. We just got through the previous one. Hello, Bodega. At Bodega Rat. Bodega Rat. She is the rat. She owns a grocery store. You were doing an ASMR stream? Holy shit. Holy shit. I caught some of your stream. You tortured buds with books and also ASMR. I was going to ask you to come on, Bo. I love this rat. I love this rat. Fellow New Yorker rat. Enjoy your snow day. I guess today was a snow day, but tomorrow can be a snow day as well. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of, as you can see, calligraphy. This is my preferred art form. I paint miniatures. I play indie games. I do lots of chatting. I talk about history a lot. As people like to joke, the Roman Empire is my Roman Empire. I am, snow year. Snow month. Yeah, snow year. Hello, Ophil. Hello, Adam Anthos. Hello, of course, Bodega. Hello, Hinamizawa victim. I pronounced that wrong, and I know it's a reference to as well. I'm an idiot. Hello, Jordan.mp3. Hello, Charlotte Party. Hello, King Kodiak. And Theo, Cross Product 539. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And for Bodega and anybody else. Obviously, I feel like Bodega probably already left. For the Raiders, please have a lovely rest of your night. Yeah, I gotta correct the second time. Hinamizawa victim, yes. Hello, Big Fat Gully 77. And thank you for the follow, Hinamizawa victim. Good to see you here. But yes. If anybody needs to raid and run, I do not want anybody to feel like they're being held hostage to an old guy who wants to ramble about ancient Rome and kanjis. If that is not your vibe, that you should feel free to leave. That is a thing I actually really like about Twitch streaming as a form of socialization, is that I don't feel like I am holding people past when they actually want to be hanging out with me. So you can bail. You got work in 5 minutes? All right, Matthew Rice-Seeker, have a good night. Have a good day. Have a good day. But yes. Welcome in, everybody. Yes. I don't know what Bodega told you, but yes, I was in, to use her grammar, I was in Place Japan. Yes, thank you, Bodega. Have a lovely night. This is quite late for you. This is quite late for her. All of my folks, you should check out Bodega. Bodega is one of my dearest friends. She does a lot of art streams. She's more of a digital artist. She has a lot of art streams. She has a very fun time tormenting her chat in ways that I think a lot of people will appreciate. And she is a fellow New Yorker. She is very, very, very New York, just like me. New York tuber. And yeah, I also like Higurashi. I also like Higurashi quite a bit. I thought it was a kind of fun meditation on Buddhism. And contingency. Yeah. I taught I taught sociology in college level. I taught other subjects as well, but yeah, that was my actual like. That's the one that's the most noteworthy, right? I should say that's how I usually put it. Is that's the one that I think people are the most like, oh wow, about, is that I taught college sociology courses, and did sociology research and the other things that professors do. Right? All right, these are just some warm-up sentences, and I'm going to get started on. It's a shame that Bo's already asleep because. I'm Twoopy. Thank you for the follow, and also hello, Huggatree Target. Hello, Huggatree Target. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Okay, that's the better way to write S's. That's the better S. That's the cooler S. We cannot, Blue. We cannot. It is. I apologize. I apologize for not responding when you asked earlier. There is an API problem with Twitch. I don't know what it is. I spent about 45 minutes troubleshooting it before stream and didn't make any progress. So yeah, there's an API problem. That's why some of the redeems are disabled. I have only enabled redeems that do not require StreamerBot, because StreamerBot is not connecting to the Twitch API. That is what is actually happening here. Hello, Mara. Hello, Mara _Mara. Let's pretend. Yes. And you get to keep your channel points. I'm going to switch over. What color is this? Blue. I'm cool with blue. Nope. That's the problem. That's no good. I think I gotta figure out. I gotta make better guidelines. I will probably, maybe I'll do that after stream tonight. Make better guidelines. Might also stir fry some cabbage. That didn't work at all. We gotta get these nice and parallel. But yeah, this is pretty scuff guidelines. Which is fine, I think, for most purposes. But I can do better, right? Weird. This is the 2.4 millimeter. And usually the 3.8 feels much more natural to me than the 2.4. Curry Noodles 13. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. You know, I never make curry noodles. I curry tofu all the time. Yes, you may, you may. This is a Pilot Parallel 2.4 millimeter. I don't know if the camera's gonna pick that up. Yeah, this is a Pilot Parallel 2.4 millimeter, and I think the ink I'm currently using is Asagao. Hiroshizoku Asagao. I'm a big Pilot and Hiroshizoku fan. They are the same company. Hiroshizoku is just the inks. I am a big fan of Hiroshizoku ink. I know that I know a lot of people who aren't. It's a surprisingly divisive ink. Meanwhile, everybody likes Noodlers, and Noodlers always gives me trouble. I've never had a good experience with Noodlers. But Hiroshizoku's I have found to be really reliable and well-behaved, and I have so much trouble with getting inks to just do what I want them to do. Like I like Mont Blanc Irish Green as like a color, but getting it to actually just like do what I want it to do is really frustrating. Yeah, it's very blue. It's a very, very striking blue. It's either Asagao or Amairo. Those are the two Hiroshizoku blues that I have. They're both very blue. This might actually be Amairo. I think Asagao is more of a sky blue. I think it's more of a sky blue. Yeah, I gotta get started on this because it has been an active set of raids. I was not expecting that. I didn't make a big fuss about the fact that I was coming back. The truth of the matter is that I think people who are familiar with me probably know, I've probably noticed that I tend to like just kind of not like making a big fuss. It's a very bad habit as a VTuber. That like I want to share my art and share my ideas, and I want to share my art, share my ideas, and hear from other people and have a nice time. And I feel like my just like workaday average streams like my best ones. And I mean, also CL, like I just want to get back into the swing of things and back on a routine. I was honestly so tired of travel by the end of it. But like, like 2 weeks, by February, I was just like, I am so excited to just be back on a normal schedule. Right, like, hello Quincy. Yes, Year of the Horse. Year of the Horse. How you doing, Quincy? Okay, we got a lot today. We had a lot today. Yeah. Thank you. Is indeed Year of the Hans. Also sounds like a press. Yeah. I mean, I feel like my best work is the work that I do on a very everyday basis. And I'm just like not like a special events type of guy in life. Like I don't celebrate my birthday in real life. I don't have any trauma associated with it. I just like feel weird about having that kind of attention. Happy Black History Month. True, it is Black History Month. That is why we are playing Relooted tomorrow. That's why we're playing Relooted tomorrow, and the movies that I've selected for this week's movie night of Do the Right Thing and Cool Runnings. Thank you for the follow, Old Man Windbreaker. Thank you for the follow. And 6 Macy X3. Thank you for the follow. There's a few recipes you. Cool Runnings is the movie about the Jamaican bobsled team with John Candy, and I was partially thinking about it because I read an article the other day about what do Jamaicans think about Cool Runnings. I haven't seen it since it was like in theaters, so I am interested to rewatch it. John Candy is hard to not like. Apparently Jamaicans generally liked it quite a bit, and thought it was like a pretty actually sensitive and useful portrayal of their culture. Several of the things in it, like, that people have said, like, oh yeah, this is like a tradition that's actually disappeared. And so, like, this movie is actually like a significant part of cataloging this part of our culture, like, ethnographically. Ooh, that sounds like a good one, Gamma. That sounds like a good one. I am actually a little bit embarrassed that I spent Black History Month in Japan. Like, I think it would have been a good use of my time as a streamer to have a month. This is one of those things I've wanted to. I just never actually pull it off. Of having of spending a fairly significant chunk of Black History Month focusing on, you know, on Black topics, right? Hello, Mix UAV. Yes, I know, Mix. I'm sorry, Mix. I am sorry, Mix. How are you doing today, man? Are you resting up? Almost spelled anarchy incorrectly there, which would have been deeply embarrassing for me. It's next year. Yeah, the yen is like, it's hard to imagine being much lower. Hello, Shmup Dog Joe. Yes, correct. This is a lightbox. This is a lightbox on Lightbox Goon. Which one of these days I will probably replace because it is fairly old LED tech, so it actually gets super hot. I have to wear a sweater. YouTube channel's doing a YouTube short series. Oh, that's really cool, Gamma. Please share that in the Discord. Please share that in the Discord. Exactly. There's a Batman villain for everything. Ha! You were not. Yeah, get my oven mitt out to be a wrist rest. Yeah. I was thinking again about that. Though, like, what technologies am I like really? Hello, Queen Leo. Hello, Queen Leo. I hope you had a good time with the Amandas, with the Amandes Kun. That's pretty good. That's a little bit froctorish. I'm getting a little bit froctory. I should chill out a little bit. Instead of a drawing glove is an oven mitt. Yeah. Yep. It's fine. It's funny. At least I am amused. But yeah. And thank you, Mix. I like this S so much. Do you feel like your setup needs an elbow rest? I don't think so. If I'm not wearing a sweater, I do need to put a little pad down on my desk, or else my arm starts to fall asleep from the desk. I do think it needs some more elevation, to be honest. That's probably what I actually need, is like, I sometimes put my wallet under Lightbox Coon to push it up a little bit more and give it a little bit of elevation. I might do that right now I'm thinking about it. Completely forgot about it. Put in I found this. Gamma. Okay, there's a lot of coins in here. But yeah, exactly. I don't think I need an elbow rest. I think I'm actually okay on that front. Myco Psycho. I like this name quite a bit. I mean, for me, blue almost every day is a sweater day because I just like wearing sweaters a lot. By the way, we got ads incoming. The main reason why I haven't bothered with that blue is that I am currently struggling a lot with having enough desk space. So, like, putting big things on my desk is kind of unappealing to me at the moment. I probably just need a bigger desk, is what the truth is. Lesbian Cat, hello. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Going to make Iris a little bit smaller because she's tiny. Murphy desks, yeah. I'm sure that's what I need. Yeah, Murphy desks. It sounds very stable. Really, wouldn't the lack of legs make it like intrinsically require losing stability? Get a shelf desk that you want to get. Yeah. And of course, I partially want to get like a goddamn standing desk because I sitting actually kills me. Sitting for long stretches actually kind of kills me. capital N, one of the most challenging Gothic capitals for me. I've been improving at it, but it's still a tough one for me. All right, Lamp, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, Sandy Duster is overpriced for no good reason. Okay, we are going to go to ads. We are going to go to ads, and I will see you all in a few minutes. And I'm back. And I'm back. Hold on. Let's see. I missed some things here. Hello, Scaldy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. Every desk is a standing desk if you're short enough. Not a problem I have to worry about. Not a problem I have to worry about. Imagine not hitting your... That was a crazy thing about Japan. How often everybody was hitting their heads on ventilators. Oh, yeah. Get plenty of sleep. Get plenty of sleep. And thank you for the welcome backs, everyone. I might not have given myself enough space here. So Neff, 6, Bibinka, Daya, and Bodega. I've got enough space. And Kitty Cat Nomad, thank you for the follow. Neff dropped his last name. Interesting. I did, Emperor's Armpits. I was showing off photos from it earlier, but the TLDR is that I basically spent my time, going to temples and museums. I have almost 1,800 photos. I have almost 1,800 photos from looking primarily at temples and museums. A huge percentage of them are from the Tokyo National Museum in Ueno. That museum's amazing. Shortest woman in my family is 5'8". Yeah, I'm one of the shorter people in my family. As at 6'2", 6'4", 6'4". I come from big people. I'm glad I checked because the is capitalized. Oh, you're gone? All right, have a good night, Kitty Cat Nomad. I usually stream at 10 p.m. US Eastern. Yeah, Emperor's Armpits. My usual schedule was wake up at like 8 or 9, do some like work, do some research, have lunch. Yeah, US Eastern. I'm a Brooklyn boy. I'm an East Coaster. US Eastern. 10 p.m. US Eastern is my usual start time. Your PST so like 7. Yeah. I start streaming in time for those Californians to get off of work. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Kyoto. I loved Kyoto. I really, really loved Kyoto. Yeah, wake up in the morning, do some work out a little bit, then go to lunch, then hit shrines and temples and museums until they all close at 5 p.m. because almost everything closes at 5 p.m. Go out to dinner, have drinks until like 9 p.m. And then go to bed. It was a pretty amazing time for me, personally speaking. I didn't spend a lot of time in Osaka The things that I like the most are, as far as I know, most heavily concentrated in Kyoto. Oh, have a good night, Cielo. Have a good night. Yes, have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep well. I did not eat any chicken sashimi. Scaldy, I forget if you that Mappa place was so good. I don't know if you just like don't remember this. I'm vegan. uh, uh, I am fully no meat, no cheese, etc. And so I had quite a bit of Oshinko. Yeah, chicken sashimi is a thing. The furtive vegan so easily forgot. Yeah. I'll give you the shout out. Yeah, I did get to see Mix while I was in Japan. He was also in Japan. Yeah, don't worry about it. I know how to Gam, I know how to veganize recipes. Oh, hold on, I gotta change my filters here for a second here. Marful Murph Moff. Hold on. Marful Murph Marf. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. I think like lard as ingredients go can often be kind of like deeply like can be very like mission critical. Like there are definitely some things where they just like do not survive without lard. Yeah, chicken feels like an insane thing to make sashimi. That feels really dangerous to me. But who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? The person, who am I to judge? Yes, they're just built different. Did I actually have any sashimi while I was there? Oh, Daya, please have a good night. Have a good night. You will be... I will post the image of this. Daya, you will be the next name after Bebinka. But, yes. So I will see you around, Daya. I'll see you around, Daya. Yeah, I'll post it on Twitter and on Blue Sky. Always get worried about spelling Bibinka Bear's name wrong. I don't even know. I didn't have it. I had vegan sushi. I had a lot of vegan sushi, which would be like oshinko, kanpyo, natto. There are a bunch of ume variants, and shiso. There's never shiso, I think, by itself. But I did have like an ume shiso sushi that was really good. I actually really like shiso. That is something that I miss in America. I don't think I've ever seen shiso for sale in the US, and I actually really like it. Had never had it before this trip. Have never even heard of it being on sale. It's pretty unique. Yeah. Yeah, mint's very different. You can just grow it yourself. That's an interesting choice. That's an interesting choice. Oh. Vani_moon01. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, mint's gonna be very different. I love mint a lot, but it feels very different to me. Okay. Is it legal to grow shiso in America? Like, that's one of those things you always gotta think about, is like, is this even legal? Is this even legal? Also, thank you, Daya, for giving me a good chance to practice my capital D's. I like capital D's in Gothic. It's non-invasive? Okay. I mean, that's a big question, right? It's like what is the level of invasiveness? Like, because like the canonical invasive species for wrecking the United States is kudzu, right? Like, it is from Japan. Oh, and Blood Flowers, thank you for the follow. Okay, the anything about it being illegal though? Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know. I just didn't know. Yeah, my one of my most lukewarm takes on this entire planet, one of my most boring. I didn't think durian was ever banned in the U.S. It's you're not allowed to carry it in like certain spaces in Thailand, but I don't think there's any rules about it in the U.S. Taking a big stretch here. Yeah, the. Yeah, I love to bring in public transit. There's no rules for durian in the U.S. because yeah, there's something like it just like never caught on here, right? Yeah, people. Well, okay, Quincy, this is actually a really complicated topic, right? Is because like here's one of those things is like a useful piece of like medieval like history, right? A little piece of like general history, but it's like a useful thing is like medieval history has like constant proclamations about how you need to like men need to stop having sex with other men and like all this stuff. And the thing is that you only pass those kind of things if it's a problem, right? Like you don't like put out prohibitions reminding people to stop doing something that they can't do anyway, that they weren't doing anyway, right? So like that tells us that there were dudes having sex with other dudes in medieval Europe because of those proclamations. On the other hand, in my lifespan, probably the strongest legislature has come down on any phenomenon. Like the number one time that Congress and government leapt into action to put a stop to something was satanic sex cults, which don't exist. So, like, yeah, that test doesn't, I think, work as well as I'd like it to. So yeah, apparently people do sometimes do legislation against things that people don't do, because sometimes they pass legislation against things that people can't do. They do, they're safe and consensual, yeah. Yeah, it's true, that's true, which is, like, yeah. I would say a fair number of the Satanists I've met in my life are deeply annoying, but there's a very big difference between somebody being annoying and somebody being dangerous, right? Like, you're perfectly harmless, just... What do you mean? My mother was a satanic sex cult. Yeah, they're annoying as fuck, yeah. I've met some non-annoying Satanists as well, but I've met plenty of very annoying Satanists. The other hipsters, yeah. I just live amongst hipsters, so it's, you know... Environmental hazard. Endemic. Yeah. Hold on, was it the church or the temple? I thought the temple was the based one, and the church was the one that was like just libertarians. just better dressed libertarians. Yeah. I think the Church of Satan is just better dressed libertarians, and the Satanic Temple is like annoying but also based. I think is the way that works out. Yeah, the Leviaths are the annoying ones. Yeah. It's very funny to me that I'm calling them libertarians but better dressed, because I keep on thinking about Meredith Gran describing libertarians as Republicans who smoke weed. Yeah. God. The funniest one to me is definitely the legislation banning Brooklyn barbecue. It's so funny to me. It's so specific. It's so specific. And so dumb. Strictly speaking, it's not a ban. It's a legislative declaration, which is a little bit different. Yeah. And I mean, in terms, if we're going to talk about like the broader thing that we're noticing here, right? There's a there's a real interesting question I think we have as an entire society, right? Around why do we keep trying to solve problems that don't exist? I think is a very important question for us to be asking ourselves as Americans. Is why is America so invested in solving fake problems? And I feel like there's a straightforward answer to that, right? Like people will be like, why do we care so much about this satanic panic stuff? Why are we trying to like stop children from boofing? Why are we... Oh, but I could change the spelling of her name. Why are we... I can't even remember some of the other insane ones. Yeah, people being gay is not, like, actually a problem. I think a lot of the time... And like, why are we doing this? Why is this where we spend our legislative efforts on stopping networks of satanic kidnappers, versus... you know, the non-satanic kidnappers who we can see operating daily in the street. Like, why do we treat these so differently? And I think a lot of the time the answer is because real problems are difficult to solve, and fake problems are easy to solve. Yep. And you don't really have to worry, right? If you're trying to solve a real problem, right? Like transportation access or chemtrails, right? You're trying to solve, if you're in Florida and you are trying to legislatively solve the problem of there are people who have difficulty getting to the hospital because of the lack of good transportation, right? Like, you know, you're going to have people telling you about the trade-offs between buses versus trains. You're going to have questions about level boarding and access on that front. You're going to have questions about fares and what is good fare collection. Whereas if you're trying to solve chemtrails, you just like say no chemtrails, and then everybody goes, okay. You're not going to have some nerd coming up to you being like, actually, like these types of chemtrails are good. Because there's no chemtrails. Government cover-up of aliens assassinating Princess Diana. You did mention that before, Mix, that people are getting back into Princess Diana conspiracy theorizing for some reason. Hello, Vera! Hello, Vera! It's Vera, it's one of my favorite people. I know you've been loving No More Heroes. You've been loving No More Heroes. You absolutely have. No More Heroes is so Vera-coded. I haven't even had to watch. I'm just like taking on pure faith. It's so Vera-coded. Yeah, it's so Vera-core. It's like so Vera-core. Yeah, I don't even know what else to say. It's like, yeah, this is a Vera game. It's been 4 months troubleshooting it. Wow, I am so much lazier than you. I am so much lazier than you. I spent 15 minutes troubleshooting Reloaded, and that I got it to work fine, but I don't know that I would have spent more than an hour. Vera's so cool. Vera's so cool. Vera's the coolest. By the way, anybody who comes to me and watches me paint models and then is really disappointed that I don't know anything about Warhammer, if you are the type of person who is disappointed by the fact that I don't know things about Warhammer, go check out Vera. Go check out Vera. Vera knows an unreasonable amount about Warhammer. A top tier Warhammer lore knower. You may say that she has an unusual degree of expertise in the Warhams. Miss Gravestone. I can pull up my schedule right now. Schedule. There we go. This is my schedule for the week. It's tomorrow. I'm doing Relooted, because it's Black History Month, and Wednesday I am going to be watching Do the Right Thing and Cool Runnings on my Discord, and then Thursday I'll be doing Helldivers with Ratmost, and I probably won't stream my perspective. I'm probably just gonna be hanging out with my friend. Oh, you're from South Africa? Okay. I work with a South African. One of my coworkers is South African, so I hear a fair amount about that most southern of lands. The other land down under. Hell yeah, good for them. They need some wins. We are very cool and very humble. So I am a sociologist by trade. And so one of those things that I always like to point out, because I think it's really kind of interesting, is that South Africa has an unfortunately accurate reputation for being a very dangerous country. I believe as of 2020, number 11 or 12 for murder rate, right? So it's a quite high crime rate country, quite dangerous. The part about this that I think is really fascinating and really remarkable is that crime rates, that level of danger, that is after South Africa had one of perhaps actually the most pronounced crime rate drop any country has ever had. The end of apartheid has made South Africa has, in general, most of the world, not all of the world, most of the world has gotten safer since 1990. The US in particular is a standout case. The US is much safer since 1990. It's been a continuous, very dramatic crime rate drop in the United States. New York in particular is so much safer than it used to be, and it's getting safer every day. South Africa has had one of the most pronounced crime rate drops since the end of apartheid. And people find this really shocking partially because a lot of fucking Nazis try to spin it to make it look like the high crime rate in South Africa is because apartheid ended, and that if they went back to apartheid it would be safer. No, other way. South Africa's had a radical drop in crime rate and a radical increase in personal safety since the end of apartheid, and people just do not understand how nasty things were. People just do not understand how horrible apartheid was for the people of South Africa. So I just find that kind of interesting. Yeah, they're so fucking wrong. The crime rate chart for South Africa is like a cliff. Yeah. Although so many people, Scully, so many people do not believe that public transit is a public good. It is actually a fascinating political problem in the United States. There's a lot of people who view public transit as literally worse than murder. Americans are kind of crazy. tourists that go into areas that we as locals won't even go. I will say Miss Gravestone, having done some tourism in some fairly dangerous areas, if you're an American in particular, if you are an American in particular, you kind of can go places that locals can't go sometimes, because people don't want the kind of trouble and heat that comes with killing an American. Which is privilege, right? That's a very unfair and unearned privilege that us Americans have. But it is there. Scaldy, a lot of it's actually more hallucinatory than even that. Oh yeah, no, I have never had problem. I've never been to South Africa. I've never been to Africa. And I would like to go sometime. But I've met quite a few South Africans. Again, I work with one pretty closely, and I work with some others less closely. They're just people who are in my line of work. I've never felt like South Africans were challenging people for me as an American. I've never felt like they were challenging. To a state with efficient and widespread public transit from a state with zero. Yeah, no, having good public transit is incredible. A thing that drove me insane while I was in Japan was just how good the public transit was. But it's called, it is considerably more hallucinatory than that. I know people who live right outside of New York, like who have ridden the New York City subway in the last 10 years and are still deathly afraid of the New York City subway, even though the New York City subway is safer than the New York City streets, and the New York City streets are safer than any of the surrounding city streets. Like, the most dangerous thing you can do in New York City is not take the train, it's ride your bicycle. That's the dangerous thing to do in New York. Like, short of like doing heroin, I think that's the most dangerous thing you can actually get away with doing in the city. Maybe the most dangerous thing you can legally do in the city is ride your bike. The subway is so safe. And yet I know people who are like, no, I have to drive in New York because I'm too afraid of the subway. It's completely hallucinatory. It's a completely hallucinatory series of fixations. Because as far as I can tell, if you die on the subway, you die in real life, but if you die in a car accident, you ride shiny and chrome into Valhalla. What about Truck Coon? I mean, that's why riding your bike is the most dangerous thing, is because Truck Coon comes for you. That's how you summon Truck Coon, is by riding your bike. I mean, it does have the advantage, Miss Gravestone, of being an English language country, and I only speak English and Japanese, so my willingness to travel to, like, France is fairly limited. And hello, Sybil the Moth. Hello, Sybil. Hello, how you doing? How you doing, dear? Bit of a mistake there. Oh man, I was talking with Mix about this very briefly. Let me make sure I'm caught up on that. I'm caught up. I am caught up on that. Yeah, no, I know that like the main language for South Africa is English. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. I'd be worried about you know, I want to go to Mexico and it's like right there, but I don't speak shit for Spanish. Uh But yeah, me and Mix were joking, Shmup Doggy, we were joking about, I had this idea, this really dumb idea for a isekai. I had this really dumb idea for an isekai where, every single person, whenever they die, they always get isekai'd. Like, that's the only thing, every single time you die, you get isekai'd. But there's only like 100 total people and like 5 universes, and like that's it. Like if you kill somebody, you will see them again, possibly quite soon. And I was partially thinking about structuring it so like there's like a really brutal death. There's like a really brutal death early on in the series, and like nobody's particularly like concerned about it, and then like 3 chapters later, the person they killed just shows up again. Mexico, yeah, so you could just suicide cycle. I actually love Mexican cuisine. I think Mexican is one of my like top 5 cuisines on the entire planet. It's up there with Ethiopian for me. It's Mexican's like really high for me. It's Mexican, Ethiopian, Shanghai, Shanghainese, Xianese. Those might be my top 4. Those might actually be my top 4. And as you might have gathered, I'm kind of cilantro maxing right there. The southern tip. Okay. Because I want to go to the Yucatan. I want to go to the Yucatan for a long time. I mean, I will say this is one of those things I've only like half-assed thought about. It was like a really funny idea for me, like I just like had while I was thinking at night, and I was like, hey Mix, check this idea out, this really dumb idea I've got out. And the part of the humor to me with it all is that I like Southern Vietnamese. Yeah, Southern Vietnamese is cilantro maxing. Yeah, Southern Vietnamese is cilantro maxing. What was I gonna say? But you're actually mediocre to bad at the hobby. That's really good. That's really good, Shmup Doggy. That's really good. They needed the best figure skater, but you're like, you haven't figure skated since you were like 14. I mean, this is also why the isekai genre keeps on being so fertile, right? Is that like, you keep on, it's so easy when you're just like thinking out loud to just come up with new dumb ideas. Whoa, things are moving faster. Yeah, that's true, Vera, that's true. Good lord, yeah, they love justifying slavery. And that inkwash and dry wash ink in a cut. That's funny, Shmup Podge. Yeah, this is like Mix's big thing, and I don't think it's like a bad thing. Like, so I'm sorry, I don't think it's a weak critique, right? Is that a lot of isekai? I don't want to act like it's nearly all of it, and I haven't read nearly enough of it to claim whether or not it's the majority. It's just the majority of what I've run into. Is really dull, like, my life sucks here, but if I move somewhere else, I'd be amazing. Which is kind of interesting to me as an American who, you know, speaks Japanese somewhat, and thinks a lot about moving to Japan. That's like the joke about the American emigre to Japan, right? That's like the constant joke about that type of person. Is that like, oh, like if you have all these problems in America, why do you think they're going to be different in Japan? Right? Like if you're having trouble fitting into America, why would you why would you suddenly do better in a foreign country, right? I mean, that's the classic piece of boomer wisdom, right? You know, wherever you go, there you are. Mm. I'll say that I'm a little bit lazier in my critique of that, and I'll just say I think it tends to produce kind of boring stories. You know, really blunt wish fulfillment is not super duper interesting. Uh, yeah, rather than the conflict being an exciting adventure for the hero. And it's a thing that I think is like an underexplored possibility that I haven't. Hello, Dulcie. Hello, Dulcie. Uh, yeah. Well, it was pure blue. It was a hard blue. Super blue. I'm pretty sure this is Amairo. Iroshizuka Amairo. Like sweet color. Yeah, it's a lovely one. It's a lovely one. It's a lovely one. This is what I was doing for my raiders. Because I got quite a few today. I actually really like blue purples. I don't have a good blue purple right now. I've got the cross purple, which is fairly good, but I kind of want to buy Murasaki, Yoroshizoku Murasaki, because I'm not super. I've got Yamabudo, but it's a very like reddish purple, which I don't tend to be as excited about. Where the conflict emerges from the fish out of water situation rather than the conflict being exciting adventure for the hero. So all those things I think is underexplored, at least in like the isekais I've seen at any major level, is a lot of isekais kind of go for this like the human, the protagonist, the person who got isekai'd, like is not just like using skills from out of this world that are suddenly very useful, but also gains like godlike abilities on the way in. And I haven't seen enough exploration of like, okay, they came in with godlike abilities on the way in, and they're from outside the culture and don't understand the culture. So this person's going to be like a huge problem for everyone else. This is going to be like a huge problem for everyone else. and like the conflict is managing this person who's just this super powered asshole, right? And like the difficulty with trying to make moral arguments with somebody who doesn't come from your ethical context. And the protagonist's name. Okay. I've read one where that was kind of what was going on, and it was okay. And then, like most manga I've read, it kind of like the author clearly loses interest at the 75% mark, and then just gives up. Modern Korean surgeon who gets 19th century London. Huh. It would be really funny, Dulce. I don't think this is what they did, but it would be very funny if he doesn't speak any English. Like so he's still Korean. He's still Korean when he goes to London. That's interesting. That's good. That's good. I like that. He's just still Korean. He's just still Korean. He's just still Korean, and he has to deal with the type of people who bully you for washing your hands. That's a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court kind of situation. Yeah. This is my special Josian now. That's very funny, Dulcie. This is very funny. Yeah. I mean, that definitely is like better writing. It's definitely better writing if the characters actually have an interiority that matters. Like, that's just better fiction at a fundamental competence level, I think. Admittedly, I tend to like pretty psychological modern fiction. Well, and you're hitting on something I think is actually kind of interesting that feels like it should be like very fertile ground for exploration. Honestly, I would be as a person who's more of a like nonfiction reader, and then when I read fiction, I tend to prefer like modern fiction, literary fiction. I shouldn't even say modern, but I tend to prefer like literary fiction to genre stuff. Like, why... It feels like the kind of obvious... So many of the isekais that I've encountered have been like, this person who's like a weird kind of shut-in, who gets isekai'd and then they become a superhero. And there's a statement that is sometimes made that it's like, oh yeah, I would be willing to get out there and talk to people and be friendly and outgoing if I were also superpowered, right? Which is weird, right? And so that really gets this question. Yeah, if only I had SSS rank in all of my stats. The reason why I am incapable of telling a joke is because I can't sprint the 100 meters in under 9 seconds, right? Which doesn't make any sense, right? Like just spelling that out, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And there's a question there. Yeah, if I also got to set all the terms, is I think where I was kind of going with this, is I think that that's a confrontation that these characters kind of need to make for making a good story, is there wasn't actually anything stopping you from being funny and charming before. Right? Like, you weren't actually being held back from being a funny, charming, and interesting person when you were in high school or whatever, but you still didn't do it. Why are you willing to be funny and charming and interesting when you're in a situation where you can kill people and they can't kill you back? Because that's pretty demented, right? That's a pretty fucked up type of personality to have. That's a pretty fucked up type of personality to have, of like, if I have enormous power over everyone around me, then I'm willing to be nice. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Nagarunsky. To be fair, wealthy is kind of a superpower. This is true, and this is, Mix has talked about this quite a few times, and I think he's largely on the money here. That, like, a lot of isekai is this fantasy of escaping from having a bad life. And particularly in Korea, where the class system of Korea is really oppressive in a way that even for Americans seems kind of shocking. Like, the way Koreans have explained it to me, it's like, imagine if not only you couldn't block Elon Musk, but there was like Elon Musk on your block. It's kind of like the way the Koreans have explained it to me. Like, what if just like on a daily basis you just had to encounter Elon Musk? Yeah. I mean, the Korean phrase that has stuck with me is "Hell Joseon." I'd still like to visit. I'd still like to visit sometime. I'd be worried about it because I don't speak any Korean. Oh, that's a good S. All right, Itsy Bitsy Bones, have a good night. Have a good night. We are about to go to commercials. Here's a bit of a question. I'll just let people kind of debate this while I debate it internally. Scriptorium's demo just came out today. Scriptorium's demo just came out today. I might check it out. I might check it out. You are Elon now. Yeah, that's, I'm curious about it. I have found that games that people tend to think are very Almantas core are actually not like the games that I like the most. Oh, Fondly Charlotte, thank you for the follow. I think there's a second person named Charlotte who's followed tonight. That's interesting. Snake Musk. Oh my god. Yeah, that Nagi, that's now your gamer subs flavor. Yeah, I'm at the kill everything in the room button in Warframe. And the next room, can't forget about that. I play Gara. I'm used to kill everything in for several rooms. Kill everything in this room and the room over. All right. We are going into the ads. I will see you all in a few minutes. I'm going to remember to stretch, folks. Remember to stretch, get your water, use the bathroom. You will have time. I will see you all in a few minutes. Hello! I am back. I am back. I am back. Welcome back to everyone. Hold on, I'm gonna... that's fine. That's fine. Let's... Hold on, let's, hold on a second. Oh, that's annoying as hell. Sorry, I'm gonna have to do something about that. That's interesting. No! Sorry, already made me mad. Sorry, they've already made me mad by having bad audio capture. Already gotten on my nerves here. But, let's... We are in Scriptorium. We are in Scriptorium. This is the demo version. The full game will support Polish, French, German, Spanish, Japanese, and simplified Chinese. Very funny that Polish was coming first there. Polish, the true language of the future. Polish. I joke, but I'm actually not really joking. Okay. Basically just my bullies get beat up. Yeah, it's just simple fantasies, right? Simple power fantasies. Personalities. And hold on, let's do one more thing. There we go. Hold on, actually. Often not even by the MC. A bright nun raised in a convent orphanage. She loves cats and hates sin. So she's been expelled. Ouch, what is that blinding light? It's just the perfection emanating from this man. A certain noble knight found him in a cabbage patch. When the boys grew up, he learned how to wield a sword, play the lute, and care for his hair all at the same time. Yeah, that's a kind of interesting thing for me as a person who grew up in a Christian society, right? Why does this guy have the Yaranaka face? Okay, those are simpler. Lots of cute embroidery. What do people say we do? The judgmental woman or the smug man? So she's got cats, keys, towers. You can't really see the keys of the towers. A flail. Ray Demon, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Ray Demon. What were you up to? Oh, you got, dang it. You got there first. You got there first. How was the Project Zomboid? How was the Zomboidin? Welcome into the Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Today, I am back from vacation, is what I mostly am. I am back from vacation. I mostly tend to do calligraphy. And I will calligraphy your name. I have fired up the Scriptorium Demo because the demo came out today, and I figured that would be a nice little change of pace. but because you have raided, someone's car and disassemble a ton of electronics. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Let me play around with my camera angle here a little bit and turn on the camera. Here we go, and there's my pen. But yes, thank you for raiding. Thank you for bringing your folks over. Hopefully I don't get any more raids tonight because I am out of space. I am out of space tonight. But yes, you had a good time with the Project Zomboid. I hope that you feel free to raid and run. As mentioned, yes, I am a former professor of sociology, not a history professor. People often think I'm a history professor because, as Nagi in particular likes to joke, my Roman Empire is the Roman Empire. I rather enjoy it. I was reading some Polybius earlier. And let's get in here. Yeah, this is a nice blue. And we have been discussing isekai and wish fulfillment fiction more generally, as I'm about to, play Scriptorium, which I think is very much a piece of wish fulfillment fiction, right? At least that's how it looks to me. At the outset here. But yes, if you need to raid and run, please don't let me keep you, although if you would like to listen to an old man ramble about history and about artistic decisions, then you've come to the right place, and I would appreciate your company. And there you are, Ray Demon. Thank you for raiding. Yes. How would you rate my vacation? Honestly, it was so long that it's difficult to rate the whole thing holistically. I can say like some individual things that were like 10 out of 10 experiences. Were like going to Kyomizu Dera, and Nijojo and Tojiji. Those were all like, why did I say Tojiji? Toji. Those were like 10 out of 10 experiences for me. I did have the best tiramisu I've ever had in my life in Tokyo. That was pretty remarkable. And at the same restaurant that had the best gyoza I've ever had in my life. So, oh, this is Andreas, Scholastica and Andreas. Oh, I've got to go with Andreas. Named after one of the greatest video game characters. Vacation was also so long you don't recognize. Yeah, I have mostly been adjusting fine to being back in these United States of America. The biggest problem I am having right now is that after like 2 months, I don't recognize my tabs anymore. So I look at my Firefox and I just kind of get like confused and stressed out. So I'm probably going to have to spend like an hour or two sorting through my tabs. Oh, this is interesting. So we've got dark brown, beige, brown, olive, pale brown, warm brown, light beige, and black. Okay. think I'm gonna make Andreas. Does anybody remember what Andreas Mahler's hair color is? That's interesting. We're robe maxing here, Andreas. All right, let's see what you got for me, Andreas. A new life full of patrons, parchment, and pigment awaits you. Now you'll learn how to run a scriptorium, create manuscripts, and satisfy customers. Please note this is only the demo version. Choose your first client here. Orders. Okay. Practice on me before the real clients come. Click on my portraits. Uncle Reenie. Here you can see the rewards you get when you complete the order. Okay. Okay. Prestige, coins, quills. Okay, so we're taking this. No, I do not recognize you. No, come on, you have to remember your beloved, uncle. This is how I look, IRL. No, still nothing. Oh well, so, I'm your uncle. I've heard you've had a tough time lately, so let's help each other and run this scriptorium together. Here's an old self-portrait of mine. Practice basic drawing skills on it. Maybe if you look closely, you'll remember something. Move my missing body parts back to their places. I've marked the proper place on the parchment with shadows, and color my legs. Both of mine are green. Hello, Hopscotch021. That is correct. That is correct. Also, Joseph_ZZ, thank you for the follow. I forgot to say it at the time. Everything is saved in the notes above my head. Okay, so camera and WASD to move the camera. Decorating is a very precise activity. Okay, mouse wheel. Adjust the leg. First client demand has been met. Extra wishes are the client's optional whims for which they'll pay extra. Okay. Okay, so this is mostly just a game about... Okay, and... His hands are like this. Okay, so I can give him some hair. Okay, and... Goblin mode. Yeah, we got some goblin mode going here. Oh. Oh, Jeezy Pete's. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. An interesting idea for composition. You won't be able to edit anymore, and you can't return to it from elsewhere in the game. It's finished. Okay, okay. Be sure to save this masterpiece. This is a tutorial. We share the same blood. Tomorrow we'll draw you two and hang our portrait above the entrance of the Scriptorium. Tap on the present to open it. Okay, come on, what you got for me? Oh, you have to tap it multiple times. Ha. Okay. His body parts, his decomposed body parts. That's a terrible way to sleep, brother. Dear relative. Okay. Sketch shop. So where you go to spend quills on new sketches. Pigment workshop. Prepare pigments to color your sketches. The grinder, turtle, dragon, and rats will help you. Pick a flower and use the grinder turtle. Petals respawn the next day. New pigments must be put into an empty, clean shell. Don't have a clean shell? Wash it. Okay. Use the dragon to melt the gold bar. Gold pigment dries out after 1 day. Then you'll need to make a new one. Okay. You can use 2 different flowers to create a new color. Or molten gold in a flower. Oh, that's what they mean by shell. So this shell is clean. This shell is clean. Okay, okay. The shell is clean. Shopping and decorating. There's always a Wikipedia entry. Oh, okay, that's what you mean by strict. Wow. I am unimpressed with my uncle. You watch too many mecha anime. This man knows too much. This is what happens when you go too deep. You dug too greedily and too deep. Oh, that's a... I don't want to do that. Boruta, I am a friend of your uncle's. Suspicious request. Who are you? Your uncle's friend. We've met before, I think. You have horns. Person can't have horns? I suppose you're completely perfect. Besides, what terrible manners to criticize someone's appearance, especially when it's a client. Clients, oh no. I'll probably regret this, but how can I help? Probably already know your uncle is gone for a while, and while he's gone, I'm supposed to make sure your joint portrait is finished. I even have your uncle's portrait from yesterday. Paint yourself. I'll pay. We'll shake hands, and then we'll hang this portrait above the door to show who legally lives here. It smells strange. Like sulfur? Of course it's the same one. Get off my tail and get to work. I'll wait here. Okay, so... okay, this is... So... Uncolorable and then colorable body parts. Okay. Oh, there they get used. There they get used. There we go. Okay, so... Let's make myself exasperated. Nope. How do I do this? How do I do the series of rotations? Oh, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. The thumb is always going to be above. Hannah _8482. Thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. You know what? No. I'm well, Hannah. I'm well. I don't have a hug redeem set up. I am well. I am back from vacation. And I am feeling pretty good about that. I am happy to be home. I'm happy to be back in my own bed, at my desk, doing what I love. That's where I am at, mentally speaking. Oh, that's funny. I don't have any clothes that fits on a standing person. The JP beds were actually really good, but I like having my own space. I like having my own space quite a bit. And I like being in my routine. Okay, I've been going about this the wrong way. Entirely the wrong way. So this is the neck. I think the hotels I had were quite good. I just, like I said, I like my routines. I like the little life I've built for myself, right? Like, I like the little life I've built for myself. I have a cute little life. And yeah, I've got a cute little life. I get to take it. I know what I'm doing here. Right, I know what I'm doing here. Not you. What the heck is this? Nope. Nope. And I like to, I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than it's like, it's pleasant for me here, right? It's, yeah, it's and I get to, I have my goals, right? I have my ambitions, and I get to work on them while I'm here. Something I don't always get to work on when I'm traveling, right? Oh, there's actually a really good Ask Historians about this, what you're seeing right here, which is a bed that is sloped upwards pretty heavily towards the back. You know, this question of like, hold on, did people in the past just like not sleep laying flat? Apparently it's a pretty big question. Apparently it's a pretty big question. There's a lot of unresolved elements to that in our existing literature. I think that's, I don't know, I think that's pretty interesting. I think that's genuinely pretty interesting that like we don't actually really know. We sometimes know. We sometimes have like a better sense than at other times. But there are definitely places where like we don't really know, right? Like how people slept. I think that's interesting, right? I think that's pretty interesting. Is there a way? Can I make it smaller? Yeah. Yeah. Tiny little cabbage. Did who make their bed? Sorry, I kind of got like a little bit lost there. Just kind of throwing stuff down here. People in history. Oh, that's something that, as far as I know, changes considerably over time. That and there's different philosophies around it. My understanding from having talked to some people is that the Germans have just like a completely different approach to it than the Americans do. I think that's kind of interesting. I think that's pretty interesting. Did medieval people make their bed? I don't know. I don't know. Now we need another uncolorable here. Yeah, actually, I don't like you. Nope. What am I looking at over here? Jeezy Pete's, that's a lot of stuff. Motorhead VGC, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And hello, Saint 603. No, make them as in like put them together. Yeah, beds have changed quite a bit. People definitely built them. Can I get rid of you? What am I supposed to do with these things? And kind of lost the thread here. Kind of lost the thread of what I'm doing here. Thank you. Inkwell. It's Inkwell. It's Inkwell. He's so cute. I love Inkwell. All right. I guess this is what you're looking for. Sure, why not? Look like Vander from Arcane. Hello, it's me, Meow. I have never played Arcane. Thank you. The inspiration that we explicitly went for was the phrasing that I specifically used when I was talking to my artist was, I want to look like Uncle Iroh but dressed for Knives Out. Okay. And so we leveled up. And hello, Mink67 Jr. It's been good. It's been good. I have been very tired. Oh, I'm stretching my back right now. Oh no, somebody's decided to place a sweet kitten in my care. Oh no. Yeah, I've been traveling, so I've been off schedule. I am excited about being able to be back on schedule for the preceding weeks to months. Your mixer died in the line of duty. Rest in pieces. Rest in pieces. I am sorry, Saint 603, that is what you are going through. Okay, a bunch of nightmarish stuff. Yeah, I'm excited to be back on track and on schedule. I tricked you. I'm the devil, and that was an act of consent to eternal residence. Those who already agreed we want me to live with you permanently. You should know a few things about me. I love selling things. I have good stuff, and I can teach you some tricks, but not now in the full version. Okay. Okay, so that's how you wash. Some siege. Yeah, I have never bothered particularly with siege. It doesn't sound like the worst thing to me on the planet. But I still haven't done it. What a shocker. You'll teach yourself only the full version. I'd lose my mind. I'd be very distressed to hear that. I would be very, very distressed to hear that. Basilisk who loves to challenge you. Though he won't admit, I know he's the devil. Well, he did admit that he is the devil. Well, you have reminded me, Mink67 Jr., of one of my favorites, one of my favorite reviews I've ever seen in all of the strange reviews on Steam, which was a person who was reviewing League of Legends. Oh, no, it was Dota 2. It was Dota 2. And they said after they had 3,000 hours, they had 3,000.2 hours in the game, I think, or maybe 5,000 hours. Let's go with 3,000. 3,000.2 hours in the game. And it said after 3,000 hours, I realized that there were not 9 idiots in every match, but 10. It's so good. Big Beast. Wait. The Flood. Mouse Fairy Tale. Let's do Mouse Fairy Tale. I was gonna play Whiskerwood this week, but I decided to play. We'll be playing Relooted tomorrow. You want a happy book for your grandchildren. Okay. Okay. I see what they're saying. Okay, so get rid of the weapons. No weapons. Get these guys on the page. And can I put on? Can I add furniture? No, I cannot add furniture. I've seen a lot. The last time I tried to play a game on mobile that was like a game that I recognize was Doom, and I didn't understand it at all. I did not. I mean, I recognized her in the sense it was E1M1, but like I did not understand what I was trying to accomplish. I didn't I could not make it make sense to me. Perfect. Give the cat a little collar. Oh, see, yeah, I'm even less than you. I am even less than you. I can't even get it together to play I can't even get it together to play what do we call that? Like Go on my phone. My phone is just like, my phone has Strava, book reader, VLC. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much what I use. Those are pretty much like what my what my phone does. The control schemes is such a big problem that it's just like, I just don't want to bother. Alright, this one rules. This one rules. Yeah, I'm an old man. I don't even like using controllers. Right? Masterpiece. Oh, hell yeah. I did the mouse's request. I appreciate this. Satan gives me the power to talk to mice. And we got some rats. Oh. It's a pretty extensive demo. We're like an hour in. Mr. Latrine, will you draw something nice for my daughter? Oh, this poor guy. This poor guy. She'll wear it under her hat. Oh. May hell consume the king and queen. Hell yeah, brother. Our house blocked the queen's view of the public latrines so that scoundrel the king, despite his wife, demolished our sweet home. Instead of helping us, the queen ordered the destruction of the latrines our family ran, so we left homeless and jobless. She likes rabbits. Okay, cool. She likes rabbits. Those are monkeys. Regular animals. Oh, okay. Okay, so I can draw some rabbits from here. There's heaven and hell scenes, which is pretty funny. I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna blow their fucking minds. I'm gonna use perspective. I'm gonna create a vanishing point perspective here, baby. I'm gonna ruin the timeline. Oh, interesting, interesting. These rabbits are not acceptable. These rabbits are. Oh, I can do colorful rabbits. Okay. I can do colorful rabbits. Smallest possible rabbit. Add any sketches you want. Yeah, just draw something nice. Objects of everyday life. Do I have musical instruments in this one? Give me musical instruments. I want musical instruments. Alright, looks like we're going to ads. Looks like we're going into ads. In a second, folks. Oh, ads manager is dead. I can't tell if we're in ads right now. Hello, Milky Mode. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And... love the mouse beginning. I am having a good stream. I am having a good stream. It's my first stream back after being on travel. There's my model information as an aside. There's my model information from my from Dear Sensational. And we need a nature sketch. Another nature. Okay, I actually like this one. This one rolls. That seems like what it is. This is the demo. The demo literally just came out today. I mostly knew about this because it had been compared a lot to, stretching my back here. It had been compared a lot to, particularly visually, to Pentiment. There is a prompt, but yeah, I am also just trying to fill out, oh yeah, I'm gonna save these. This one I'm actually happy with. Oh. Mary will be so happy. She wants to have a rabbit just like that. It's a shame we had to eat it. Oh man, you're just making this depressing, Mr. Latrine. But yeah, there's like quests. I'm still figuring out what the game is about. It seems like it's a little bit easy for my taste. I like games to kind of be pretty failable, even if they're like puzzles, right? Even if it's a puzzle to figure out how you all fit it in there. Where so far I feel like I've just been able to just grab stuff off of the menu and just drop it in. Seems to be how it kind of works. Yeah, not quite enough stressors in this one. I like stressors. I like my stressors. Yeah. I mean, I know that there's a place for games that like have like functionally no stressors, right? Like I know that's like a lot of why people like, you know, Stardew and stuff like that. But I like to have a little bit of a stress on me. I don't even feel like I need a ton. I just need it to be like failable to some extent. Like, and it's not that hard to beat. Like my favorite game is probably Opus Magnum, right? Or at least the game I'm the best at. Is Opus Magnum. And Opus Magnum isn't a game that you so much like lose, but you can always do the game better. And the game puts these states of like what is better and worse in your hands very directly and immediately. You can tell as soon as you solve a puzzle how you fared against everyone else on the planet in solving that puzzle. And that's something that I really like. So if they start making like there being like a more difficult budgeting question here, I'd probably find this more compelling. Friends from the army and I were reminiscing about old expeditions, and we came up with an idea to create the first great bestiary. Johnny still sees and writes quite well, but we have no one who can paint. Will you illustrate our bestiary? It would be an honor. I would love to draw some exotic animals, although I've never seen one. No problem. We have gathered our knowledge and detailed description. Let's start with a great African beast. What does this great African beast look like? Legs like oaks, nose like a branch, 2 large teeth, and 2 fans instead of ears. And it's so big that people build towers on its back. Try your best. All the animals you will paint for us will end up on one parchment. At least half of the area in the frame. So let's go over to nature, I guess. Yeah, I love this little moth guy. This is a great African beast. Might not be an elephant. Yeah, I love it. We call him Inkwell. Two larger teeth. Oh, there is a duplicate. And see, where would fans be? Where would fans be? Those are drums. Oh, I can't color the tower? Boo. Then to the bottom. Let's give myself a little bit of a perspective icon, a little bit of perspective to latch onto. This is perfect, but maybe try to make the beast even scarier. Lol. This is what elephants look like. It's supposed to be an elephant, Potato Cat. This is medieval bestiary's rule. This image pierces the heart. Also, hold on, let's shout out Pow. Shout out Pow. How is Pow? Yeah, the description that they gave me was it has legs like an oak and a nose like a branch. How are you doing? How are you doing, Pow? Yeah, sure, whatever. The elephant piercing a bunny? Yeah. Well, he put himself there. He put himself there. Feeling pretty good. Good. Isn't it like 4 in the afternoon for you? 3 p.m.? Okay, I was pretty close. Yeah, this is pretty close. An incredible beast. You have talent. I'm proud to say that I chose your Scriptorium. I mean, it's okay, pal. I went to bed at 4 p.m. and woke up at 8 p.m. That's where I'm on. Which I would blame jet lag, but that is actually a normal type of time for me to sleep during most of my life. It's like not actually that odd for me. Slept at 9 p.m. to 3 p.m. Hey, that is better than me, because you know what that means, pal? That means that you slept more than like 4 hours in a row. Yeah, I'm very much a night owl, right? I'm a 10 p.m. streamer from, you know, starting from New York, right? Like it is 3:30 a.m., which is actually a pretty good time for me to talk about wrapping up. That's a pretty good time for me to talk about wrapping up. Nobody told me I had double audio on. Night Owl gang. Yeah, but Pow, if you're a Night Owl, then like I don't get to see you, right? Like then I'm screwed. I don't get any Potato Cat in my life if you're a Night Owl, and I'm a Night Owl because we're all like 12 hours apart. Okay. So this was my first stream back that was actually on a goddamn schedule. In over a month. In over a month. DJ Faze, thank you for the follow. So here's my schedule, right? Here's my schedule. Wow, what is wrong with my computer right now? Here's my schedule. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing Relooted because it is Black History Month, and then I am going to be on the Discord. Shoutouts to the Discord. We'll be doing a movie night a little bit later on Wednesday of Do the Right Thing and Cool Runnings. I have never seen Do the Right Thing. I have seen Cool Runnings, but like when it was in theaters. So that's been a minute, as they say. And then on Thursday, I will be playing Helldivers at Ratmos, which is deeply, deeply funny to me because when I was looking through my schedules, it turns out that my last scheduled stream was also Helldivers 2 with Ratmost. Let me give a quick shout out to the rat that is the most. Ratmost. The quick little shout out to the rat that is the most. They are a sweetheart. I like gaming with them, and I like Helldivers 2 a lot. It's kind of not the sort of thing that I think people think of as Almantas core, but it's the type of game that I like. So that's where we will be going on Thursday. As for right now, who do I raid out to? Who do I raid out to? Yeah, I have 3,000 hours in Warframe, 1,500 in Payday 2. Those are the kind of games that I tend to like, but I don't think they aren't the chill vibe that people are coming here for. Does somebody have a suggestion for a raid target? I've got some possibles in mind. I have some possibles in mind. Okay. I think I know who it's going to be. Okay. Quincat is playing one of my favorite games, and it's a game that I absolutely loved streaming. I absolutely loved streaming this one. I absolutely love streaming Hard Space Shipbreaker. He's playing Hard Space Shipbreaker. Oh, and socials. That's where you can find me. I also use Blue Sky. I am all over the place. All right. Thank you all for being here. I will be back 10 p.m. tomorrow for gaming, actual gaming, as opposed to primarily... I'll probably also do some more talking about my trip, but thank you all for being here. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow.